Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Room 9 Anomaly, the unseen motel door. The road had been endless, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through a twilight that smelled faintly of diesel and wet pine. Inside the cramped lobby, the air tasted stale, a mix of old carpet and something metallic I couldn't place. A ceiling fan spun unevenly, groaning like it was struggling to stay alive. The woman behind the desk didn't look up when I walked in, her fingers already tapping on a keyboard that sounded louder than the motel itself. When she finally glanced up, her eyes were tired but sharp, like she was used to seeing people who wouldn't stay long. Room 9, I said, holding out my driver's license. She nodded without smiling, slid a keycard across the counter, and muttered, "First door on the right." The floor plan was taped to the wall, yellowed and curling at the edges. I glanced up at it as I stepped out into the hallway. The faded map showed 8 rooms on this side of the building, numbered 1 through 8. The last marked vacant. No room 9. I shrugged. Maybe an annex? Or an addition not on the map? Not my concern. Room 9 was down the hall, past the cracked ceiling tiles and peeling wallpaper. I hesitated outside the door, the keycard feeling cold in my palm. The hallway smelled of something damp, like mildew mixed with the faintest trace of bleach. I swiped the card. The light on the reader blinked green. The door clicked open. Inside, the air was thick and still, like the room had been sealed off and forgotten. No windows. No natural light. Just 4 beige walls, a cheap bed with a thin, scratchy blanket, and a small, battered nightstand with a single, half-empty bottle of water. The carpet was rough underfoot, a dull grate that swallowed sound. I checked the lock behind me and pushed the door cautiously. It swung open and closed with a hollow thud that echoed down the hall. I stepped back into the corridor, rubbing my neck. Something felt off. The hallway outside was dimmer now, the buzzing of the fluorescent lights uneven. I pulled up the floor plan again. 8 rooms. No 9. I asked myself if I'd misread it, or if the woman at the desk was mistaken. Or maybe it was a new addition, as I thought. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling I'd been somewhere else entirely. I tried the door labeled vacant, just to be sure. Locked. I knocked lightly. No reply. The keycard didn't work. Neither did my own. I returned to the lobby, the woman behind the desk still typing. "Excuse me," I said, voice quieter than I intended. "I think there's been a mistake." My keycard opened a room that's not on the floor plan. She flicked a glance up, then back down. "Room 9 is new. They added it last month." She tapped the keyboard. "You're in the right place." "Right," I said, forcing a smile. "But it's windowless. And the hallway seemed different when I came out." She shrugged. "Building's old. Some quirks. Nothing to worry about." I nodded, but the unease didn't leave. The lobby smelled stronger here, a hint of something metallic again, like steel warmed by the sun. I swallowed hard, the dry air scratching at my throat. Back in the room, I sat on the bed and ran my hands over the blanket. Coarse. Worn. The water bottle sat still on the nightstand, condensation beating on its surface. I twisted the cap and took a sip. The water was lukewarm, flat. I set it down, noticing how the silence pressed against the walls, thick and suffocating. I checked my phone. No signal. Not surprising, given the place looked like it hadn't been updated since the last decade. I tried again. No luck. The light above flickered, a brief pulse that made the shadows shiver. I rubbed my eyes, certain I'd imagined it. The room felt smaller now, the walls closing in. I stood and paced, footsteps muffled on the carpet. There was a faint hum coming from somewhere, HVAC, maybe steady but uneven. It almost sounded like breathing. I leaned against the door, feeling the cold metal of the handle under my palm. The hallway outside was silent. I pressed my ear to the door, listening for anything, anyone. Nothing. I returned to the desk to ask for the floor plan again, but when I stepped into the hallway, the layout didn't match what I remembered. Turns out, the first door on the right wasn't where I thought it was. The numbers didn't line up. I walked back and forth, counting doors, checking numbers. No room 9. I stopped outside room 8, the door chipped and faded. The number was barely visible. I knocked. No answer. I turned the corner and found myself back in front of the door I'd entered before, the windowless room. My keycard still worked, glowing green as if welcoming me back. I stepped inside again, the door clicking shut behind me. The air was colder this time, the silence heavier. My skin prickled, and I looked around, suddenly certain I wasn't alone. Something or someone was watching. I pressed my back against the door, heart thudding in my ears. The walls seemed to lean in closer, the shadows pooling in the corners. I told myself it was just my imagination. The motel was old, the wiring probably faulty. That's all. But the feeling didn't fade. I don't know how long I stood there, listening to the quiet hum and waiting for a sign that I was safe. The water bottle sat on the nightstand, a small, useless anchor. Outside, the distant bark of a dog fractured the stillness, sharp and sudden. I swallowed again, mouth dry. The room was a cage, and I was locked inside. The room didn't change. I sank onto the edge of the bed, the thin mattress creaking beneath me. The water bottle on the nightstand caught the flicker of the overhead light, casting a pale reflection on the faded beige wallpaper stained with time. I took a slow breath, trying to steady the tremor in my fingers. I couldn't stay here. I had to find out what this place was and who was watching me. I pressed the keycard to the door again. Green light. Click. The door swung open, obedient as ever. I stepped out into the dimly lit hallway. It was narrow, too narrow for a motel corridor. The walls were closer than I remembered, their yellowed paint peeling at the edges. The ceiling tiles above were stained with water damage. The faint smell of mildew and something else, something metallic and sharp, drifted under the mustiness. I checked the floor plan again. The one I'd taken from the front desk was folded in my coat pocket, crumpled but intact. Room 217, my assigned room, should have been 3 doors down to the left, but the corridor stretched longer than it should have, twisting off into shadows. I walked slowly, counting doors, trying to match numbers to the map. Nothing. Number 217. Doors with peeling numbers, yes, but none that matched the key card. The layout was wrong. I stopped, breathing shallow, eyes darting to every dark corner. I could feel the weight of eyes on me. Not just the ones I imagined before. Something real. Watching. Waiting. Hello? I called softly, voice cracking. Is someone there? No answer. I tried the keycard on a few nearby doors. No green light. Just the dull red glow of rejection. The corridor seemed to pulse, narrowing as I walked, shadows thickening. The overhead light flickered again, buzzed, then stabilized. I swallowed hard. The air tasted metallic now, like pennies rubbed raw on my tongue. I rounded a corner, and the hallway abruptly ended at a steel door with no number. No handle. Just a small, square panel with a blinking red light. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No sound from the other side. Just silence. I backed away slowly. My heart was pounding, echoing in my ears. The fluorescent light above buzzed louder, a high-pitched whine that made my temples ache. I needed to get out, to find the front desk, or at least a phone to call someone. I turned back the way I came. But the hallway had changed. Where the door to the windowless room should have been, there was only a blank wall, its paint cracked and scarred. I ran my hand over the rough surface, trying to find a seam or a hidden latch. Nothing. Panic bubbled up, sharp and cold. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay." I retraced my steps, but the corridor behind me had shifted too. The walls leaned in, the air growing colder, heavier. I could hear faint noises now, footsteps. A low murmur, like voices just out of reach. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. A soft thud echoed behind me. I spun around. Nothing but shadows. I forced myself to keep moving, pressing the keycard against every door I passed. No green light. I tried to remember every detail from the floor plan, but it was useless now. The layout was a maze, twisting and folding in on itself like a bad dream. I found myself back at the windowless room's door again. The green light welcomed me like a trap. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped sharply. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though the heater in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, should have been on. I glanced around. The same cracked wallpaper, the same flickering ceiling light. The water bottle sat where I'd left it, untouched. Something moved in the corner of my vision, a shadow shifting just beyond the bed frame. I blinked. Nothing. I pressed my back against the door, shivering despite myself. The silence was suffocating. I wanted to scream, to bang on the walls until someone heard me. But my voice was gone. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. No signal. Not even a flicker of bars. The screen was dim, battery low. I hit the power button again, hoping for a miracle. Nothing. I checked the time. 11:47 p.m. How long had I been here? Hours? Minutes? Time felt meaningless. I sat on the bed, fingers trembling as I scrolled through my contacts. No calls, no messages. I tried to call the front desk. Straight to voicemail. I left a message, voice tight and hurried. "Hi, this is, I'm in room 217, but the keycard isn't working on any other doors. The floor plan doesn't match the layout. Please call me back." The silence that followed was immediate and heavy. I set the phone aside. I couldn't stay here all night. I needed answers. I forced myself up, pacing the small room again. I noticed a faint smell of sweat and something else, something sharp and chemical, like cleaning supplies mixed with rust. I tilted my head, catching a faint metallic scent under it all. Blood? No, couldn't be. I sat down again, eyes scanning the room. The desk lamp was cracked, its shade bent awkwardly. The clock on the wall ticked unevenly, skipping seconds. I reached out and touched it. The hands jumped forward, then stopped. A noise from outside the door made me jump. A soft scraping sound, like nails dragged slowly across metal. I pressed my ear to the door. The sound stopped. Was someone trying to get in? Or was it a trick of my imagination? I stood, heart hammering, and grabbed the water bottle. The plastic was cold and slick in my hand. I tried the keycard on the door again. Green light. Click. The door opened as if inviting me out. I stepped into the hallway. The lights were brighter now, but the walls still pressed close. The air reeked of damp plaster and something else, old smoke. I moved quickly, determined. I'd find someone. Anyone. I reached what looked like the lobby, but it was deserted. The chairs were overturned, magazines strewn across the floor. The reception desk was bare, except for a phone disconnected, its cord cut. A sudden noise made me whip around. A man stood in the shadows near the entrance. His face was obscured by the dim light, but his presence was unmistakable. He didn't move, just watched. "Hey," I said, voice uneven but loud enough to fill the empty space. "Can you help me?" He didn't answer. Just stepped forward. The floor creaked beneath his feet. I took a step back, clutching the water bottle tighter. "Look," I said, trying to keep calm, "I don't know what this place is. I don't know why my keycard only opens that room. But I want to leave." He tilted his head slightly, like a dog listening to a strange sound. Then, slowly, he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile that promised complications. I swallowed hard. I didn't know if I could trust him or if I wanted to. But I had to try. Because whatever was going on here, it wasn't going to end if I stayed quiet. And the room was no longer the only cage I had to worry about. The man's smile stayed with me, an echo in the hollow lobby as he took another slow step forward. The floorboards groaned under his weight, a sound too deliberate for comfort. I clutched the water bottle tighter, my knuckles white, the plastic crinkling beneath my fingers. I wanted to back up, wanted to bolt, but the cracked linoleum beneath my feet felt like glue. "Who are you?" I asked, voice shaking despite my efforts. "What do you want?" No answer. Just that smile, widening as if he found something amusing in my confusion. The dim light barely touched his features, but I could make out the sharp set of his jaw, the cold gleam in his eyes. He wasn't here to chat. That much was clear. I swallowed hard. The air smelled stale, a mix of damp carpet and something metallic, maybe rust, maybe something else I didn't want to name. My skin prickled. I wanted to be anywhere else than this place. But the door behind me was locked. The lobby windows were grimy, no moonlight, no street lamps, nothing but the thick darkness pressing in. I glanced around, searching for an exit, a phone, a sign of life. Nothing. Just overturned chairs and magazines scattered like debris after a storm. The silence was broken only by the slow creak of the man's footsteps as he closed the distance. "Look," I said, trying to inject calm into my voice. "I don't know what this place is, but I want out. Can you open the door?" He stopped a few feet away, silent. Then, slowly, he pulled something from his pocket, a folded piece of paper, worn and creased. He held it out, but I didn't want to take it. I didn't want to trust him. "Why?" I asked, eyeing the paper. "Why are you here?" He tilted his head, that unsettling smile never fading. Then he spoke, voice low and rough, "Because you don't belong here." Not really. The words hit me like a punch. Not belong here? I stared at him, confusion and fear twisting in my gut. "I paid for this room," I said. "My keycard works. Why would I not belong?" He shook his head, stepping back into the shadows. "You don't see it yet. But you will." Before I could ask more, he turned and melted into the darkness near the entrance. I blinked, suddenly feeling alone. The oppressive quiet returned, heavier this time. My breath caught in my throat. I looked down at the paper he'd left behind. Reluctantly, I picked it up. The edges were rough, and the ink was smudged in places. It was a map, a crude sketch of the motel's second floor. But the room marked as mine wasn't anywhere near the usual layout. Instead, it was off to the side, isolated, surrounded by thick black lines that didn't match the rest of the floor plan. A windowless box. The same room I'd been trapped in. I crumpled the paper in my hand, frustration burning hot. Somehow, this was deliberate. The motel's floor plan was a lie. My key card was a trap. I pressed my back against the wall near the reception desk and tried to think. There had to be a reason for this, a pattern. The man's warning echoed in my mind. I don't belong here. What did that mean? Was I a mistake? An experiment? Or was I just unlucky? The question felt stupid, but it wouldn't leave me alone. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I fumbled it out, relief flooding me. Maybe a signal. Maybe someone trying to reach me. But the screen was blank, the battery drained to zero. Silent, dead. I looked back toward the man's shadowed corner, but it was empty. No sign of him or anyone else. The air felt colder now, like the room was closing in. I tried the door again. Locked. No handle on the other side. I remembered the water bottle in my hand and unscrewed the cap, took a slow sip. The plastic crinkled, breaking the silence. My throat felt dry, scratchy from nerves and the stale air. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to slow my racing thoughts. What if I wasn't alone? What if the man wasn't the only watcher? I glanced at the ceiling. The single fluorescent light flickered, buzzing intermittently like a faulty heartbeat. Shadows danced, creating shapes that vanished when I blinked. The walls were bare, except for a faint stain near the door, something dark, almost like old water damage or worse. I pressed my ear against the door frame, listening. Nothing but my own breath, shallow and quick. No footsteps, no voices. I tried the doorknob again, more forcefully this time. It didn't budge. Frustration rose, a tight knot in my chest. Then, faintly, almost imperceptible, a sound. A scraping noise, like nails or claws on concrete, coming from somewhere beyond the door. I froze. It wasn't possible. The motel was supposed to be empty. Closed for renovations or something. I paced the small room, every movement making the floor creak. My hands trembled despite my efforts to stay calm. The water bottle slipped from my grip and rolled across the floor, stopping near the corner. I didn't want to bend down for it. I thought about trying to break a window, but the room didn't have any. Just 4 blank walls and a door that wouldn't open. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the thin mattress creaking under me. The sheets smelled musty, like they hadn't been changed in years. The carpet beneath my feet was rough and dirty. I rubbed my palms over it, trying to steady myself. What was this place? Why was I here? And who was watching me? I closed my eyes and tried to remember how I'd gotten here in the first place. The check-in desk had seemed normal, but now I wasn't sure what was real anymore. The man's words replayed, "You don't belong here." I shook my head. No, that couldn't be true. I was just a traveler. A stranger. Nothing more. But then the door rattled. A sharp, sudden knock. Not loud, but deliberate. The sound sent a jolt through me. I stood up, heart hammering. The door stayed shut, but the knocking continued, slow, measured, like someone counting seconds. Who is it? I called out, voice stronger than I felt. What do you want? No answer. Just a knock. And then, silence. I waited, breath ragged, listening for any movement. Nothing. I backed away from the door, my legs weak. Then I noticed it, a small gap beneath the door, a sliver of darkness leaking in like spilled ink. Something shifted. I crouched down, pressed my eye to the crack. The hallway beyond was pitch black, no sign of light. But I saw a shape. A figure, crouched low, just beyond the door's reach. It was watching me. Panic surged, but something else, curiosity, kept me rooted. Shadows gathered quietly in the corners, thickening the stillness until every breath seemed to echo unanswered. I swallowed hard. This wasn't a nightmare. This was real. And I was trapped. I backed away from the door, suddenly desperate to find another way out. I scanned the room again. No windows. No vents. Nothing. No escape. The air felt heavier, thicker. My skin crawled. I thought about the man in the lobby, his smile like a warning. Now I understood. I had stepped past a line. There was no going back. I was inside something I didn't understand, and it was watching me. The question wasn't if I could leave. It was if I ever would. A sudden noise, soft footsteps, careful and slow, came from the hallway outside. The figure was moving toward the door. I pressed myself against the far wall, heart slamming. The keycard burned in my pocket. Whatever this was, I had crossed a point of no return. And the quiet watcher was coming for me. The knocking stopped. Just like that. Silence swallowed the room, thick enough to choke on. My hands hovered near the door, frozen midair, almost expecting it to burst open. But nothing happened. No footsteps. No voice. Nothing but a faint hum from the overhead light, flickering like a weak heartbeat. I swallowed hard. The taste was metallic, bitter, like I'd chewed on a penny. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to catch any sound beyond. Nothing. The hallway was a void, as black and empty as before. Cold seeped from the crack beneath the door, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the rough fabric scratching at my skin. Breathing shallow, I backed away, every nerve screaming that I was still the prey in some twisted game. I didn't know if whoever or whatever was watching me had left or was just waiting. Waiting for what? I couldn't tell. The room's stale air tasted heavier now, like it was pressing down on my lungs. I rubbed my arms, goosebumps rising despite the warmth. I needed to move. Somewhere in the back of my mind, logic argued, check the floor plan again. Find out where I was really. But each time I tried to call the front desk, the line crumbled into static. No answer. As if the motel itself swallowed any attempt to reach out. I paced, slow and careful, ears peeled for the faintest hint of movement. The windowless walls closed in. The overhead light flickered again, then dimmed for a moment before snapping back. Flickering. Flickering. It was maddening. I wished I could break it, smash it to pieces, but the urge was swallowed by a dull ache in my chest. There's no way this was an accident. No glitch in the system. The keycard, the missing room on the map, the endless loop back here, all deliberate. Someone wanted me here. Someone wanted me trapped. I tried the door again. Lock was solid. No give. I ran my fingers along the edge, feeling the cool metal of the handle, smooth but unyielding. The keycard slot blinked red when I tried to swipe it. No luck. It was like the door was sealed by more than just a lock, sealed by intent. All right, I muttered, voice cracking. "All right, whoever you are. What do you want from me?" No answer. Only silence, except for the faint buzz of the light and the distant, muffled sound of a dog barking somewhere outside. The kind of bark that feels lonely, desperate. I sat on the bed, head in hands. The sheets smelled faintly of mildew. The mattress sagged under me. The room hummed with quiet menace. And then I heard it. A soft scrape, like fingernails dragging across rough plaster. Slow, deliberate. My head snapped up, eyes wide. The sound came from behind the far wall, no windows there, just plain concrete like a bunker. But the noise was unmistakable. Someone was there, just on the other side. I pressed my ear against the wall. The scrape stopped. My breath hitched. Silence again. I swallowed, trying not to let panic rise. "Look," I said aloud, voice quieter now. "I don't know who you are. I'm not looking for trouble. Just let me out." No answer. Just a faint echo of my own voice bouncing back at me. I stood and moved to the small desk in the corner, searching for something to use. A pen, maybe a paperclip, anything to pry the door open or wedge it. My fingers closed around a metal hanger, bent out of shape. Not much, but better than nothing. I knelt by the door, sliding the hanger beneath the gap. The metal scraped softly against the floor. My heart pounded loud enough to drown out everything else. I tried to wiggle it into the latch. Click. A tiny, teasing click. I froze. Was that real? I tried again, more aggressively this time. Another click. The handle shifted slightly. Hope flared. I pushed the door gently. It gave an inch, then stopped. Locked tight again. Frustration welled up so fast I almost cried. The hanger wasn't enough. I backed away, chest heaving. Then I noticed it, a faint, almost imperceptible shadow moving just beyond the door's edge, flickering in the light's weak glow. Someone was there. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. But then, a whisper too low to be understood. I stepped back, bumping into the bed. My fingers trembled. I wasn't sure if I was hearing things or if someone was really speaking just out of reach. I tried to steady myself, breathing slow, counting in my head. 5, 6, 7. The cold sweat on my back soaked through my shirt. The room felt smaller, the walls inching closer, squeezing the air out of my lungs. Then the light cut out. Nothing but black. I gasped, hands outstretched, fumbling for the switch. The dark was thick, pressing against my skin, filling my ears with the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my own ragged breathing. Seconds passed, maybe longer. I wasn't sure. The light snapped back on, harsh and unforgiving. The shadow was gone. I wasn't alone. A sharp noise like a breath or a sigh came from the corner behind the door. My heart slammed so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. I spun around, searching, but saw nothing except the peeling wallpaper and the stained carpet. My mind raced, trying to piece this together. Someone had to be here. Someone who knew the motel's hidden rooms, the corridors that didn't exist on any map. Someone who wanted me to feel watched, trapped, exposed. And maybe worse. I tried the phone again. Dead. No dial tone. Not even static. I checked the windowless walls for cracks or vents. Nothing. The room was sealed tight. I sank back onto the bed, every muscle trembling. The man's words echoed in my head, "You don't belong here." Maybe he was right. Maybe I was never meant to be here at all. The moment the door clicked shut behind me, I knew something had shifted. The stale air in that windowless room felt heavier, almost viscous, like it was pressing against my skin. I stood still, listening. No hum of traffic outside, no distant voices from the motel's front desk, just silence. Complete silence. The fluorescent light above flickered once, then steadied, casting a pale, sickly glow that made the peeling wallpaper look like it was breathing. My hands trembled as I slipped the keycard into my pocket. It had opened this room, the one that wasn't supposed to exist. The one that never appeared on the floor plan. I pressed my palm flat against the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath my fingers. It was colder than it should have been, almost damp. A faint smell of mildew lingered, but underneath it was something else, something metallic, bitter. I couldn't place it. I took a step forward, then another. The room was smaller than I remembered, no furniture, just an old, cracked vent in the far corner, its grill bent and rusted. I crouched and listened. Nothing but my breathing and the distant hum of a fluorescent bulb struggling to stay lit. I tried to steady my voice and called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No reply. Only silence. I knew I should leave, find the lobby, and demand answers. But something held me back, a mix of dread and stubbornness. I wasn't about to let this place win. The first time I checked in, the clerk had smiled too wide, eyes darting like a trapped animal's. I remembered how she'd handed me the card without a word about the room number. Just your room and a nod. I'd asked for the floor plan, and she'd shrugged, saying, "All the rooms are on the map," but when I looked, room 217, my room, was nowhere to be found. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. Nothing. The screen glowed with a blank no-service message that felt like a slap in the face. The motel was old, isolated, but I didn't expect to be cut off entirely. I shoved the phone back into my jacket and decided to check the hallway. The door wouldn't budge. Not locked physically, but the mechanism was unresponsive, like the lock had been disengaged from the inside. I rapped my knuckles against the door frame, then the door itself, louder this time. "Let me out," I said, voice rough. "Please." When silence answered, I sank to the floor, hugging my knees. The flickering light overhead made the shadows dance, long and thin, like fingers reaching for me. I closed my eyes, trying to breathe slow and steady, but panic was a slow, cold burn beneath my ribs. I thought about calling the front desk again, but how? My phone was useless here, and the room didn't have a phone line. The walls felt like they were closing in, the air growing thicker, harder to breathe. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, tasting the salt and bitterness on my lips. Suddenly, a sound. A soft scraping, like nails or the edge of a card against metal. I froze, my heart stuttering. It came from behind the vent. I crawled over, fingers tracing the rusted grill. The sound stopped. I pressed my ear to the vent. A faint, irregular breathing. Not mine, and definitely not the building's mechanical hum. Something was there. Watching. Waiting. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice barely audible. No answer. Just a steady, shallow breath. I pulled back and stood, feeling the room close and tighter. There had to be an explanation. A prank, maybe. Someone hiding in the walls. But why? And how long had I been trapped here? I remembered the other guests I'd seen in the lobby. None of them had seemed real before now. Just shadows and whispers. The clerk's too-white smile. The way the other rooms never seemed occupied. It all clicked into place like a puzzle I didn't want to finish. This motel wasn't just a place to sleep. It was a trap. A holding pen for something or someone. I had to find a way out. I pressed my ear against the door again, listening for footsteps or voices. Nothing. Then I tried the handle again, no movement. I ran my fingers along the frame, looking for a latch or a weak spot. My eyes caught a small panel near the floor, barely noticeable under the peeling wallpaper. I pried at it with my nails, and it popped open, revealing a narrow crawl space. I peered inside. Darkness swallowed the opening, but I could see faint light at the other end, another room, maybe an exit. Without thinking, I slipped inside. The air was damp and cold, the floor gritty beneath my hands as I crawled forward. The space was tight, my breath came in shallow gasps. The metallic taste was stronger here, mingling with the musty smell of mold and decay. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the other end and slid out into a small storage closet. Boxes of cleaning supplies and spare linens lined the walls. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. The door was locked from the outside. I banged my fists against the door frame. "Let me out. Please." My voice cracked, raw with desperation. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone was approaching. I scrambled to hide behind a stack of boxes, heart pounding so loudly I thought it might give me away. The door creaked open, and a shape stepped inside. "Looking for this?" a voice said, flat and cold. A hand dangled a key card just out of reach. I recognized the voice, it was the clerk. My mind raced. She was behind all of this. The false room, the locked doors, the endless loops of hallways that didn't exist. "Why?" I managed to say, voice trembling. She shrugged, eyes glinting with something I couldn't place. "People like you get lost. You keep the motel alive. Alive. Like a machine that fed on confusion and fear." "Please," I said, swallowing hard. "I just want to leave." She hesitated, then pushed the car toward me. "One wrong step, and you'll be back. Forever." I took it, fingers shaking. The weight of the threat pressed down harder than any lock. I backed into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind her. The corridor stretched out, dim and familiar now. I turned the card over in my hand, then swiped it at the nearest door. It slid open with a soft beep. I stepped inside, finally seeing sunlight spilling through a grimy window. The air smelled of fresh rain and distant pine trees. For the first time in what felt like days, I breathed deeply and let the tension in my shoulders ease. Back in the lobby, the clerk was gone. The other guests were nowhere to be seen. The receptionist's desk was empty, except for a lone cup of coffee, half-finished and cold. Story 2, Silent Watcher, The Stranger by Pump 6. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly glow on the cracked linoleum floor. I leaned against the counter, the rough edge digging into my forearm through my thin shirt. Midnight at the gas station was a different kind of quiet, thick, heavy, like the air, cold and heavy with silence had been sucked out and replaced with something stale and lingering. The hum of the refrigerators was the only relief, a low mechanical drone that filled the silence but never quite pushed it away. I had worked this overnight shift enough times to know the rhythms, the little routines that kept me sane. Sweep the floor, check the pumps, restock the racks, and try not to think too much about the hours stretching out ahead. My name's Mark, by the way. Not that it matters to anyone except the occasional customer who stops by half-crazed from a long drive or just looking for some caffeine and a pack of gum. I'd been standing there, idly flipping a scratched plastic cup in my hand, when Nancy, one of the morning clerks, came in to grab a coffee from the machine. She gave me that look, the one that said she was about to say something that might unsettle me but felt necessary anyway. "You know that quiet stranger?" she asked, voice low, keeping an eye on the door as if he might slip in behind her. "The one who never buys anything but always watches the road?" I blinked. "What, the guy who parks by pump 6 and just sits there?" She nodded. "Yeah. He's been coming by every couple of nights for the past week. Just sits in his car, never gets out. Just stares." I tried to laugh it off, but it stuck in my throat. "Maybe he's waiting for someone?" Nancy shrugged, lips tight. "Maybe. But it's weird. The other night, the cameras caught him watching the road for nearly an hour. No phone in his hands. No headlights behind him, just him sitting there." Her words felt like a stone dropped into the dead pool of the night. I shook my head, trying to clear the image from my mind. People had all kinds of odd habits. I'd seen worse. The clock on the wall ticked past 12:30 a.m., its second hand jerking in uneven spasms. I reached over to the coffee pot, the bitter smell cutting through the musty air, and poured myself a cup. The liquid was lukewarm, but I drank it anyway, the acrid taste settling somewhere low in my throat. The bell above the door jingled faintly, a sound I'd come to associate with either relief or irritation depending on the visitor. Tonight, it was a tired man in a threadbare jacket, his eyes red-rimmed and his hands trembling slightly as he fumbled for change. Crazy, right? He bought a soda, one of those cheap cans that fizzed and hissed when opened, and left without a word. After he left, I found myself glancing toward pump 6, where Nancy said the quiet stranger liked to park. Nothing but the empty lot stretched out beneath a scuffed sky, the overhead lights reflecting off a thin sheen of dew gathering on the asphalt. I tried to shake the unease creeping over me like a slow, cold wave. Probably just nerves, I told myself. Long shifts, too much caffeine, not enough sleep. But then Tom, the night manager who just slipped in for a cigarette break, pulled me aside by the cooler. "You see the guy out there?" he asked quietly, nodding toward the lot. I frowned. "Which guy?" "The quiet one. Parked by pump 6, same as always." I glanced out the window again. The lot was empty except for my own car, its dark shape barely visible under the flickering streetlight. No headlights anywhere else. "I don't see him." Tom's face was set, a little pale in the flickering light. "He's out there. I saw the reflection of headlights just now, but no car. Like they were behind yours, but no vehicle in sight." I frowned harder, the hairs on my neck prickling. "That doesn't make sense." He shrugged, flicking ash into the tray. "Maybe you're seeing things." "It's late." I wasn't so sure. The idea of a car's headlights appearing out of nowhere, just behind mine in the empty lot, felt wrong. The air suddenly tasted metallic, sharp against my tongue. I told Tom I'd keep an eye out, but the truth was, I wanted to get off shift early. The night was creeping under my skin, and the longer I stayed, the more I felt like I was being watched not just by Nancy's quiet stranger, but by the shadows themselves. The clock ticked again. 1 a.m. I went outside for a moment, stepping onto the rough concrete beneath the awning. The night was colder than I expected, the chill biting through my jacket. The smell of damp earth mixed with gasoline fumes from the pumps. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice, lonely and sharp. My breath came out in quick, misty puffs. I looked toward pump 6. Nothing. Then, headlights. They blinked on behind my car, low and steady, cutting through the darkness like twin eyes watching me. The lot was empty. No other cars had come in. No one else was around. I swallowed hard, the cold catching in my throat. The lights didn't move. just stayed there, silent and waiting. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. I could still see the glow through the glass. The quiet stranger was here. And tonight, I wasn't sure I wanted to be alone. The moment I locked the door behind me, the fluorescent lights buzzed louder, filling the small space with an oppressive hum. I swallowed hard. The air inside the store felt suddenly thick, stale, and my fingers trembled as I adjusted the collar of my jacket. Nancy's words echoed in my mind, quiet stranger, never buys anything, always watching the road. I didn't like being watched. Not like this. Not when the night was so dead. I wanted to call someone. Someone who could make sense of this. But my phone was dead. Battery drained to zero, no signal anyway. Typical. I slammed the counter's edge with my palm and forced a shaky breath. "Hey," came a voice from behind me. I spun around, startled. It was Marcus, the clerk from the evening shift, his face lit by the harsh white bulbs overhead. "You see him?" I nodded toward the window. "Yeah. There." He frowned and stepped closer, lowering his voice. "That car's been here every night this week. Just sitting. Sometimes the guy, he doesn't even get out. Just stares down the road like he's waiting for something." "Why?" I asked, but Marcus shrugged. "Nobody knows. We asked around, but no one's ever said a word to him. No purchases, no questions. Just watches." I rubbed my temples. Sounds like the setup to a bad movie. Marcus chuckled nervously. "I know how that sounds. But it's creepy, man. Makes you want to keep the doors locked tight. I figured you'd want to know." I appreciated the heads up, but it only made the pit in my stomach grow. Why here? Why now? The gas station was barely a blip on the map, nothing more than a blinking light on the highway. No reason for anyone to hang around like that. The clock on the wall ticked to 1:15 a.m. The headlights outside hadn't moved an inch. "Have you tried talking to him?" I asked. Marcus shrugged again. "Tried once. Walked over, but the guy just looked right through me. No words. No nod, nothing. Just silence." I shivered. The silence was worse than any answer. The night stretched on. I finished wiping down the counters, the rag rough against my palms, then moved toward the back to grab a fresh box of snack bars. The air smelled faintly of old coffee and burnt sugar, the kind of mix that made your stomach twist after a while. When I returned, the door buzzer rang sharply. My heart jumped. I looked up, expecting a customer, but the lot was still empty, except for the car. I locked eyes with Marcus, who was watching me from behind the register. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded, but we both knew the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones had come from inside the store. Somewhere near the stockroom. My pulse sped as I edged toward the back, the floor cold beneath my shoes. The door to the storage room was slightly ajar, the fluorescent light inside flickering weakly. I pushed it open, the scent of paper and stale air hitting me. Nothing. Just boxes stacked neatly, a few bags of charcoal, and a busted broom leaning in the corner. A draft tickled the back of my neck. I turned quickly, heart hammering. Nothing moved. No shadows shifted. Yet my skin prickled with an uneasy awareness. As if the walls themselves were listening. I stepped back into the main room and locked the door again, double-checking the bolt. Marcus gave me a look, a mix of concern and resignation. "Maybe we should call the police," I said quietly. He shrugged. They come by sometimes, but there's nothing to report. No complaints. Just a guy sitting in his car. I nodded, but the thought didn't sit well. Something about it wasn't right. Minutes passed. The night deepened. The hum of the fluorescent lights was suddenly interrupted by a faint tapping sound. Tap. 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 Against the glass. I froze. Marcus didn't hear it at first, but when it repeated, he looked over, eyes wide. The tapping came again, slow and deliberate. Someone or something was trying to get my attention. I edged closer, heart thudding loud enough to drown out everything else. Outside, the car's headlights were off. Darkness now. Just a faint outline in the gloom. Did you see that? I whispered. Marcus shook his head, but I was already moving toward the door, peering out through the glass. The parking lot was empty again. No car. No one. I blinked, confused. Where did it go? Marcus asked, stepping beside me. I shook my head, heart still racing. I don't know. The tapping sound came again, but this time from inside the store. Behind us. I spun around, eyes darting, but the place was empty. Okay, I said, voice shaky. This isn't funny anymore. Marcus gave me a look that said he agreed, but neither of us wanted to admit how unsettled we were. I checked the security cameras on the monitor behind the register. Static fuzzed the screen, but after a few seconds, the feed from the lot flickered on. There it was. The car. Sitting, engine off, dark and silent under the street lamp. But then the camera shifted, panning slowly across the lot. And there, standing just beyond the edge of the light, was a figure. Tall. Still. Watching. I leaned forward, squinting, heart pounding so hard I thought the glass might crack. The figure made no move, no sound. Just stood there. Then the camera feed cut out. The screen went black. Marcus cursed softly. I swallowed hard, the taste of cold metal in my mouth. This wasn't just some random driver. It was deliberate. Calculated. And it was getting closer. Maybe we should get out of here, Marcus said, voice low. I nodded. My hands trembled as I reached for the keys on the counter. The headlights suddenly reappeared outside, flooding the glass with blinding light. Silence. Complete silence. I realized then that whatever this quiet stranger was waiting for, whatever he was planning, it wasn't going anywhere. And neither was I. The headlights lingered, a harsh halo pressed against the glass of the store. Marcus shifted behind me, eyes darting to the door, then back to the screen. The feed had cut out, and the room felt colder, like the warmth was sucked out and replaced by something heavy and sharp. The refrigerator hummed, the slow drip of the coffee machine punctuated the silence. I wanted to believe that whoever was out there wouldn't cross the boundary of this little convenience store. But a part of me whispered that the boundary didn't exist anymore. Maybe we should call someone, Marcus said, voice low, almost a whisper, like saying it aloud might summon the threat closer. I shook my head. The phone was dead. No signal. The little box on the counter blinked uselessly. No reception. Marcus's eyes narrowed. That's not right. We usually get at least one bar out here. I knew. Something was wrong. It wasn't just a stranger outside. The world around us felt off, like the night had folded in on itself. I could almost taste the tension in the air, a metallic tang that coated my tongue and made swallowing difficult. Have you noticed anything else? I asked Marcus, trying to sound casual but failing. He glanced at the camera monitor again, then back at me. The other clerks, remember? They never said much, but those warnings, they weren't random. They knew something. I rubbed my hands over my face, the rough fabric of my shirt scratching my skin. Yeah. The quiet stranger. The one who watches. Never buys anything. Just stares at the road. And now he's here. The words felt like a sentence. A verdict. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Outside, the street lamp flickered again, and I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow shifting just beyond the beam. The figure was tall, still. Watching. Waiting. Watching me watch him. I wasn't going to get out of here. The doorbell jingled softly, a sound so out of place it made my heart leap into my throat. But the door didn't open. I walked over, eyes searching the empty lot. No one. Just the quiet stranger's car, headlights off now, like a beast crouched in darkness. My fingers trembled as I locked the door again. I realized then that the lock was too thin, the glass too fragile. The store, with its aisles of candy bars and stale coffee, felt like a fragile bubble in a storm. You think he's just waiting? I asked Marcus. He shrugged, but his jaw was tight. Could be. Or maybe he's waiting for us to make a mistake. I paced, the worn linoleum sticky under my sneakers. The fluorescent lights buzzed, casting long, jittery shadows. The air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and cleaning spray, but beneath that was something else, a sharp, acrid scent I couldn't place. Did you ever see him inside? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Marcus shook his head. No. Always outside. Sometimes he just stands there for hours. Watching traffic? I said, eyebrows furrowed. Not really. More like waiting for something to happen. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, peering out. The lot was empty except for his car, but my eyes kept drifting to the edges, the dark patches where the street lamp's glow didn't reach. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Just a man. Alone. Bored. But something told me that was wrong. Did you ever ask the others why he's called the quiet stranger? I said. Marcus hesitated. Not directly. But there was this one time. One of the clerks said he saw the guy talking on the phone, but no one ever heard what he said. Just murmurs. And when he looked up, he had this blank expression. Like he wasn't really there. I swallowed. The idea of someone so detached, so disconnected, unsettled me more than the idea of violence. Because this wasn't about a typical threat. It was about presence. Silence. Waiting. And patience. Why do you think he never buys anything? I asked, half to myself. Marcus shrugged again. Maybe it's not about buying. Maybe it's about watching. Control. I turned back to the counter, suddenly aware of how exposed we were. The cameras, the registers, the narrow aisles, all of it seemed designed to trap us in place. There was no back door, at least none that didn't lead to the alley. And that alley was a blind spot on the cameras, a place where someone could slip in without being seen. I glanced at the clock. 3:30 a.m. The night had stretched into this long, thin, suffocating moment where time seemed to slow and speed up at once. Maybe we should just call it, Marcus said suddenly. Close early. Lock up. Get out of here. I shook my head. No way. Not until the morning shift comes in. We can't just leave. It's not safe. I didn't argue. part of me wanted to run, to slam the doors and never look back. But I also knew that once I left, I might never come back. And if that quiet stranger was waiting for someone, it might be me. The idea was ridiculous. But the thought sat heavy in my gut. The bell jingled again, this time louder, and I whipped around. No one was there. Just the cold air drifting in through the cracked window, carrying the faint smell of wet asphalt and something else, something sweet and rotten. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe. The door held firm. The lights buzzed overhead. Marcus was watching me, his expression tight, unreadable. "We're trapped," I said finally. He nodded. "Yeah. And whatever that guy wants, he's not going to leave until he gets it." I felt a pulse of heat rise in my chest, the first flush of real fear breaking through the numbness. I wanted to tell Marcus I was okay, but the words stuck in my throat. Outside, the car's headlights flicked on again. Not bright this time. Dim, like watching a candle gutter in a draft. The figure stepped from the shadows, slow, deliberate. No sudden moves. Just the quiet stranger. He stopped at the edge of the lot, hands in his pockets, head tilted slightly as if listening to what, I didn't know. The street lamp overhead flickered violently, then steadied. I thought about the warnings. The rumors. The hushed voices talking about him in the break room. "He's not just watching the road," I said quietly. "He's watching us." Marcus's eyes fixed on the door. We're his audience now. The realization hit me like a wave. There was no turning back. No escape. The quiet stranger had claimed this place and us with his silence and his waiting. I glanced at the emergency exit sign above the back door. It glowed faintly, a soft red beacon. But outside, the alley was pitch black. I could almost hear the quiet stranger's breath, steady and cold, just beyond the light. The screen flickered back on. The quiet stranger's car. And behind it, another set of headlights. Closer. The game had changed. Silence stretched between us like a thin wire, ready to snap. I didn't want to look again. But I had to. Because now, there was no question. We were in it. No going back. The screen flickered back on, the grainy image of the empty road stretching behind the store blinking into view. The quiet stranger was still there, just beyond the edge of the parking lot, hands deep in his pockets as if the cold air didn't bother him. I could hear the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, the occasional drip of water somewhere in the pipes, and the distant shudder of a car engine far down the street. My skin prickled, every sense wound tight. Marcus didn't say anything. He just stood beside me, eyes locked on the screen, jaw clenched like he was chewing on something bitter. The silence between us was heavy, filled with all the words neither of us dared speak out loud. "He's not moving," I whispered, leaning closer to the monitor. The stranger's head tilted, just a fraction, like he was listening, waiting. Why would someone just watch like that? Marcus asked, voice low enough that even the cameras wouldn't catch it. "Because it's not about buying anything," I said, my voice cracking slightly. "It's about control. Presence." The back door rattled suddenly. A sharp, metallic clink against the frame. I jumped, heart hammering in my throat. Marcus spun toward it, eyes wide but calm. "Probably just the wind," he said, though the alley outside was supposed to be dead quiet this late. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. The stranger's silhouette shifted on the screen. He stepped forward, slow and deliberate, breaking the pool of shadow into which he'd been cradled. The headlights behind my car flared in the darkness again, bright and accusing. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "He's coming closer." Marcus nodded, but didn't move. Not yet. The overhead light flickered violently, plunging the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, into a quick strobe of darkness and glow. It was like time slowed each flash, exposing the stranger's face for a split second. Eyes. Cold, unreadable. A set of lines around the mouth that could have been a frown or a smile. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My fingers clenched the edge of the counter, knuckles white. Why here? I muttered, mostly to myself. Why now? Marcus glanced at me, then toward the door. Maybe he's always been here. Just patient. The screen blinked again, and the stranger was right outside the glass, now visible in the dim halo cast by the street lamp. He raised a hand slowly, palm flat against the window. I froze. The cold from his touch seemed to seep through the glass, a chill that wound around my spine and squeezed tight. I wanted to look away, but couldn't. Hey, Marcus said quietly, stepping forward. What do you want? No answer. The stranger pulled back, just a step, and then the headlights behind my car disappeared. Silence. Complete silence. I dared to breathe again, but something in the air had shifted. The quiet was heavier now, pregnant with possibility. I thought about the warnings, the murmurs from the clerks, the hushed stories about the quiet stranger. They weren't just rumors anymore. He wasn't here to scare us. He was here to watch. To wait. Suddenly, the emergency exit sign above the back door dimmed, flickering out like a dying ember. The only light left was the weak glow from the street lamp outside, which sputtered once, twice, before steadying again. I glanced at Marcus. His face was pale in the patchy light. We should call someone, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. No signal, Marcus replied, pulling out his phone and holding it up to the ceiling. Nothing. No bars. Great. I chewed on my lip, the taste bitter and dry. The store felt smaller suddenly, the walls closing in. I glanced at the register, then the aisles beyond it. Everything looked the same, but I knew better now. I could feel the stranger's eyes on me, even without seeing him. The back door rattled again. This time, slower. More deliberate. I stepped back, heart racing. We can't just wait here. Marcus shook his head. We don't have a choice. The stranger's shadow stretched across the cracked pavement outside, reaching toward the door like dark fingers. I could hear the scrape of shoes against concrete. Not running. Not fast. Purposeful. Maybe he's just lonely, I said aloud, trying to make sense of it all. Maybe he's been sitting out there for years, watching the road, waiting for something no one else sees. Marcus snorted, a dry laugh that didn't reach his eyes. You're reading too many late-night movies. I know how that sounds, I said. But what else explains it? The silence pressed on until the door handle jerked sharply, a sudden, violent pull that made me stumble backward. My breath caught in my chest. Marcus lunged forward, grabbing the door and slamming his shoulder against it. It held. Locked, he said, voice shaking. The stranger's hand appeared briefly in the narrow window. Pale, long fingers curled around the edge. My stomach twisted. Why won't you just leave? I whispered. No response. Only the sound of heavy breathing, muffled but unmistakable. The stranger was right there, just beyond the glass, in the shadows I couldn't chase away. The flickering light overhead gave one last shudder and went dark. The emergency exit sign was gone. The monitors died, plunging the room into thick darkness. I could hear Marcus breathing hard beside me. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, hands trembling. No light. No signal. Nothing. I was trapped. The quiet stranger was waiting. And the night was just beginning. The emergency lights kicked back on just as the stranger's breathing outside the door slowed to nothing. The door remained locked, the handle rigid and unyielding. Whatever had been out there watching, waiting, had vanished. The silence afterward was heavier than before, as if the night itself was holding its breath. I sank to the floor, back hard against the wall, and let my head fall forward. The cold seeped through my jacket, crawling along my spine. My hands trembled, fingers twitching in the dim light. I kept thinking about those pale fingers curled around the window, so close I could almost feel their chill. How long had he been standing there? How long had he been watching us? The questions looped endlessly in my mind, no answers forthcoming. Marcus finally broke the quiet. "We can't stay here." His voice was low, urgent, but not panicked. I nodded, but my limbs felt leaden. The thought of stepping outside, into the empty parking lot where those headlights had appeared behind mine, made my skin crawl. But staying trapped wasn't an option either. We crept to the front door, glancing out through the glass. The parking lot was empty. Still. The stranger's car was gone. The headlights had vanished like smoke in the wind. I swallowed hard, mouth dry. The air smelled faintly of rain and dust, a scent that somehow made the night feel colder. "Do you think he left?" Marcus asked, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I said. But I'm not waiting around to find out. Outside, the street lamps flickered sporadically, casting long shadows that reached like fingers across the asphalt. My boots echoed hollowly as we moved toward my car. Every step was measured, deliberate. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those headlights reappear, or a figure slipping silently between the rows of empty spaces. The key slid into the ignition with a reluctant click. Engine turned over. I kept the doors locked, windows up. Marcus sat beside me, eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. The air inside the car was stale, heavy with the scent of spilled coffee and old upholstery. I could taste it, bitter and sharp at the back of my throat. "Do you think it was him?" Marcus asked again. I don't want to think about it. But the truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The quiet stranger had been there all along, lurking in the margins, watching but never stepping forward. The warnings from the clerks now felt like echoes of something much darker than simple unease. I drove slowly out of the parking lot, headlights cutting through the night like twin beams of hope. The road stretched empty ahead, the lines fading into darkness. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. The sound was jarring, piercing the quiet like a warning. After a few blocks, I pulled over under a flickering street lamp. The car's interior lights cast a pale glow over Marcus's face, highlighting the shadows under his eyes. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the night settling over us like a thick blanket. "Maybe we should call the cops," Marcus said finally. I shook my head. What would I even say? Some stranger watching the road? No proof. Just stories. He looked at me, something unspoken passing between us. I knew this wasn't just about the stranger anymore. It was about the way fear had settled into my bones, changing the way I saw the world. I felt smaller somehow, as if the night had swallowed a part of me whole. "Tomorrow," I said quietly. "Maybe tomorrow we figure out what to do." The drive home was slow, every shadow twisting into imagined threats. I kept my hands tight on the wheel, knuckles white, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Nothing followed. Nothing moved. When I finally stepped inside my apartment, the The silence was overwhelming. The familiar smells, old books, coffee, faint traces of lavender from a forgotten candle, should have been comforting. Instead, they felt alien, like a thin mask over something darker. I sat down at the kitchen table, the wood cold and rough beneath my fingers. The night's events played over and over in my mind, a loop of fear and confusion. I wanted to tell someone, to explain the strange warnings, the door handle jerk, the pale fingers. But who would believe me? Who would understand? Sleep was elusive, slipping through my fingers like smoke. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, made me flinch. The quiet stranger had left a mark, something invisible but undeniable. I wasn't the same person who had started that shift hours ago. The next morning came too quickly, the sun casting a harsh light on the world. I stayed inside, windows shut tight, blinds drawn against the brightness. The phone rang twice, calls from friends I didn't answer. Their voices sounded distant, like echoes from another life. I finally texted Marcus. We need to talk. We met at a small cafe, the place buzzing with life and noise, a stark contrast to the emptiness of the night. Over coffee, we pieced together what little we knew. The clerk's warnings, the stranger's silence, the impossible stillness of the parking lot. None of it made sense. And yet, it all felt real. I think, Marcus said slowly, he wasn't after us. Not directly. It was something else. Maybe he was watching for someone. The idea settled uneasily in my mind. Someone else. Another layer of mystery beneath the surface of the quiet stranger's presence. I nodded, but inside, I felt a cold certainty. Whatever had happened that night wasn't over. It had changed something fundamental in me, a fracture in the way I saw safety, trust, the quiet spaces we take for granted. Days passed. The parking lot remained empty. The store returned to its usual rhythm, the clerks offering brief, knowing glances but no more warnings. Life moved forward, but I carried the shadows with me, a constant reminder. I stopped working overnight shifts. The silence was too much. The waiting. The watching. I needed daylight, noise, the obvious dangers of the world, not the subtle ones that crept in the dark. Sometimes, when the sky turns the right shade of twilight, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see those pale fingers curled around a window, or headlights flickering like distant eyes. But the stranger never comes back. He never had to. The night was enough. Story 3, Chemical Veil, Toxic Changes in Edgemoor. The morning smelled like metal and rain. I'd lived here for nearly 10 years, long enough to memorize every creak in the pavement, every faded mailbox, every dog that barked in the distance. Most mornings, Edgemoor was a quiet place, the kind of street where you might nod to a neighbor but never linger. But that morning was different, off in a way I couldn't immediately put my finger on. The news had mentioned a chemical spill at the plant across town, 3 mornings ago. A ruptured tank, they said, and a swift cleanup. Officials assured us there was no danger, that the air and water were safe. I wanted to believe that, but the smell told another story. It hung around like a secret nobody wanted to admit. I was on my way to the corner store, a small place with a flickering neon sign that buzzed faintly, and whose bell jingled cheerfully every time the door opened. The smell grew stronger with each step, a faint undercurrent beneath the usual scent of brewing coffee and fresh bread from Mrs. Langston's kitchen. But something else was there, subtle and wrong. Inside the store, the fluorescent lights made the aisles feel narrow and claustrophobic. Mr. Gaines, the owner, stood behind the counter with his usual polite smile, but his eyes didn't quite reach it. They were flickering, almost like a candle struggling against a draft, and when he spoke, his voice was a notch too high, like he was trying to sound cheerful but failing. "Morning, Claire," he said, sliding a pack of gum across the counter. "You getting that rain this weekend?" I nodded, hesitating. "Yeah, looks like it." He blinked rapidly, then smiled again, if a little too tightly. "Good. Good for the garden." Something in his face made me pause. His jawline seemed sharper, the skin around his eyes stretched a bit too tight. I shook the thought away. Maybe I was just tired. I grabbed a bottle of water and headed back out, the bell jingling once more behind me. The street felt quieter now, the usual hum of lawnmowers or early morning joggers absent. I caught sight of Mrs. Patel watering her azaleas, but she moved so slowly, her arms awkwardly stiff, as if she were unfamiliar with the motion. Her smile when she noticed me was strained, the corners of her mouth twitching like a twitching muscle after a cramp. It was small things, really. Tiny details that didn't add up. At the intersection, Mr. Collins stood by his mailbox, a newspaper tucked under his arm. He waved at me, but the gesture was jerky, almost mechanical. His face, usually round and warm, looked angular and pale. I blinked hard, wondering if the morning light was playing tricks on me. I told myself I was imagining things. The chemical spill was probably the cause. Maybe some kind of low-level exposure was making people sluggish or anxious. The thought didn't comfort me. Back inside my apartment, I opened the window to let in some fresh air, hoping to shake off the unease coiling in my stomach. The breeze was cool but carried the same metallic scent. I leaned on the sill, watching the street below. A dog barked somewhere, sharp and sudden, then silence. Then I saw it. Mrs. Patel again, but this time she was talking to Mr. Collins. Their voices were low, hurried, but their faces caught in the fading light were unsettling. Mrs. Patel's eyes seemed hollowed, and Mr. Collins's mouth moved in a way that didn't match the words I thought I heard. I could swear his smile was too wide, almost forced. I rubbed my temples, trying to clear the fog of confusion. Had I been working too late? Skipping meals? I usually didn't get headaches like this. The phone rang sharply, slicing through the quiet apartment. I jumped, heart skipping. It was my sister, Mara. "Hey," I answered, forcing my voice to sound normal. "Claire, have you noticed anything weird around there?" "People acting off?" I frowned. "You mean the spill?" "Not just that. Faces. Behavior. I saw Mrs. Jenkins today. Her eyes looked different. Like she wasn't her usual self." I swallowed hard. "Yeah. I've been thinking the same thing." She hesitated, then said, "It's like they're all changing. Slowly. But it's there." I didn't know what to say. I could feel a slow tightening in my chest, a knot that wasn't quite fear, maybe something worse. After we hung up, I sat by the window again, the city breathing quietly beneath the gray sky. The street lamp flickered on, casting long shadows that pulled like ink across the cracked sidewalks. My reflection caught in the glass a tired face, eyes wide and searching. I looked back out. Nothing was quite right. Not yet. But something was coming. Something I couldn't explain. And for the first time in years, I didn't trust the people next door. The unease settled deeper, like a slow drip wearing away at calm. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, the subtle shift in the air that made the hairs on my arms prick. Maybe it was paranoia, or maybe the city itself was holding its breath. Either way, I knew that when the quiet breaks, it won't be gentle. Tonight was just a prologue, and somewhere in the shadows, the real story was waiting to begin. A distant siren wailed, slicing through the stillness, as I steeled myself for whatever came next. The siren faded into the distance, swallowed by the night, but the unease it left behind clung to me like damp clothes. Sleep was impossible. Not with the way the neighborhood had twisted overnight, not after what I'd seen in the faces of people I'd known for years. Faces that looked familiar but wrong, like photos printed on crumpled paper. And the way their voices sometimes caught a hesitation, a twitch behind the eyes, like they were trying to remember who they were supposed to be. Morning came sluggishly, gray and heavy. The sky hung low, pregnant with rain, and the usual buzz of early traffic felt muted, as if the city itself was holding its breath. I brewed some coffee, the bitter smell filling the kitchen, sharp against the faint scent of damp earth seeping through the cracked window frame. The steam curled upward, a small, fragile comfort. I called Sarah first. She answered on the second ring, voice tight but steady. "Did you notice anything last night? Strange?" There was a pause, the kind that makes you wonder if the other person's breathing is uneven. "It's not just you," she said finally. "My mom," she looked at me like I was a stranger. Like she didn't recognize me. I frowned, rubbing the back of my neck. "Same here." "And Mr. Klein?" He was staring at his hands, like he didn't know what they were for. Sarah's sigh was long, tired. "I'm coming over. We need to figure this out." Her words were a lifeline. I wasn't alone in this. At least, not yet. An hour later, Sarah was at my door, her coat still damp from the mist that had started falling. We sat at the kitchen table, the light above flickering, casting a stuttering pulse on her pale face. We shared what we'd noticed, small things at first. The way neighbors avoided eye contact, the odd expressions caught mid-smile, the subtle twitching around mouths that didn't quite relax. "Have you talked to anyone else?" she asked, sipping her coffee. I shook my head. "I'm afraid. Not of them, exactly. Of what this is doing to them. Or maybe to me." Sarah nodded slowly. "I've been keeping a journal. Not just what people look like, but what they do. How they change. It's like they're fragments of themselves, replaced by something else." Her words felt heavier than the rain tapping against the window. I glanced out again. Across the street, Mrs. Patel's house sat dark. Normally, she'd be out by now, watering her garden, chatting with the mail carrier. But today, no sign of her. "We should check on her," I said. Sarah hesitated, then agreed. We moved quietly, the damp air clinging to our skin as we crossed the street. The porch light was off, the door slightly ajar. There was a faint smell, something sour, like old fruit left too long in the sun, mixed with a chemical sharpness that made my nose wrinkle. Inside, the house was cool, almost cold. Silence. Complete silence. We called her name, voices low, echoing off the bare walls. No response. The kitchen was untouched, dishes stacked neatly, a half-full glass of water on the counter, beads of condensation running down its side. Nothing out of place, except the faint smear of something dark on the floor near the back door. Sarah crouched, examining the mark. "Looks like dirt, or maybe rust." I followed her gaze and spotted a small container tipped on its side near the sink, its label faded and peeling. I bent to pick it up, the plastic slick beneath my fingers. The label read, "Hazardous, do not ingest." The rest was illegible. Where did this come from? I murmured. Sarah's eyes narrowed. "I think I saw something like this near the old chemical plant. You know, the one that shut down years ago." That was the spill site. The one no one talked about anymore. We left Mrs. Patel's house and headed back to my place, minds racing. The neighborhood was quieter now, fewer cars, fewer footsteps. The mist thickened, wrapping around street signs and parked cars like a ghostly veil. Back inside, I pulled out my laptop. We started piecing things together: news reports, environmental data, complaints about a foul smell near the plant a week ago. Residents had mentioned headaches, dizziness. But nothing official, no warnings. It's like the spill never got cleaned up, Sarah said. Or worse, it got spread. I rubbed my temples, tasting the bitter tang of coffee gone cold. And maybe it's not just physical. Maybe it's changing us, reshaping us from the inside out. She nodded, eyes sharp. That would explain the faces. The behaviors. People aren't themselves anymore. The thoughts settle between us like dust. Heavy, unavoidable. Then my phone buzzed. A message from Mark, my next-door neighbor. I opened it with a sinking feeling. Need to talk. Urgent. Come to my place. Sarah looked at me. You going? I hesitated. The street lamp outside sputtered, shadows dancing wildly on the walls. Yeah. I have to. I grabbed my coat, the fabric stiff and cold against my skin. As I stepped outside, the mist wrapped around me again, damp and thick, pressing in. The neighborhood felt different now, muted, watchful. I walked a few houses down, each step echoing softly against the cracked pavement. When I reached Mark's porch, he was waiting, his face drawn tight, eyes darting. You're seeing it too? His voice was low, urgent. I nodded. All of it. He motioned inside. The air smelled of stale sweat and fear. It's worse than we thought. People aren't just changing, they're forgetting. Their memories, who they are. I caught Mrs. Green in the supermarket today, staring at the apples, confused, like she didn't know what they were. I felt a cold spike in my stomach. How many? Mark shrugged. More than a handful. I'm scared it's spreading. We sat in his dim living room, the blinds drawn tight. Outside, the mist thickened, swallowing the street. Somewhere nearby, a child cried softly, a sound that twisted the silence into something fragile and raw. We have to do something, I said. We can't just wait. Mark nodded, grim. I've been thinking the same. Maybe if we document everything, faces, behaviors, times, we can find a pattern. Figure out what's causing it. Sarah's voice came from the doorway behind me. And maybe warn the others before it's too late. I turned to see her there, eyes wide but resolute. The three of us looked at each other, neighbors caught in the same slow unraveling. Outside, the street lamp flickered again, then died, plunging the block into darkness. The quiet was no longer just a pause. It was a warning. Something was coming. And this time, it wouldn't wait. The street lamp stayed dark. Sarah was still by the door, her fingers twisting a stray thread on her sweater. We can't pretend this is just a weird sickness, she said, voice low. Look at us. We're changing. Not just faces, everything feels different. I rubbed my temples, tasting the faint bitterness of stale coffee on my tongue. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for the lamp. The soft click filled the room, but the shadows didn't retreat. Instead, they seemed to gather in the corners, as if waiting. Mark leaned forward, eyes dark under tired lids. I went through the neighborhood today. Quiet. Too quiet. But I saw it. Faces shifting. People acting off. Like they're trying to remember who they were but failing. Did you talk to anyone? I asked. He shook his head. Most locked up tight. Doors shut. Windows drawn. The few who did answer, well, they looked right through me. Like I was a ghost. Sarah's voice cracked. I checked the news. Nothing. No reports, no warnings. Just silence. Like the whole city is holding its breath. We sat there, the three of us, swallowed by an unspoken question. What if the changes weren't random? What if something or someone was behind this? I swallowed hard, the dry air scratching the back of my throat. I have to see for myself, I said. If we're going to figure this out, I need to know what's really going on out there. Mark's gaze flicked to the window. The street beyond was barely visible, a ghostly blur of gray and black. If you're going out, take this. He handed me a small flashlight, its beam weak but steady. No telling what you'll find. Sarah nodded, eyes shiny with fear. Be careful. The front door creaked as I opened it, and the cold mist hit me like a damp sheet. The scent of wet earth mixed with something metallic, faint but unmistakable, the smell of the spill. My boots squelched on the soaked pavement. The street was deserted, but I could hear faint noises, a dog barking somewhere far off, the scrape of something dragging across concrete. I walked slowly, eyes darting from one shadow to the next. Houses stood like tombstones, their windows blank and dark. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of faces pressed against glass, neighbors I'd known for years, but their eyes held a hollow that made my skin crawl. At Mrs. Lawrence's house, the door was ajar. The smell hit me first, a sickly sweet odor, undercut by something rancid. I stepped inside, flashlight cutting through the gloom. The living room was empty except for a chair turned over on its side. I called her name softly, but only silence answered. Then I saw it. On the wall, smeared in something dark, were marks that looked like words, but they made no sense. Letters twisted and warped, like a child's attempt at writing, but smeared in panic. My breath caught. From the hallway came a faint sound, a low, uneven breathing. I edged forward, the floorboards creaking beneath me. In the dim light, a figure crouched. Mrs. Lawrence, or what used to be her, stared at me with eyes wide and unblinking. Her face was wrong. Features didn't quite line up, lips stretched too thin, cheeks hollow in strange places. I swallowed hard. Mrs. Lawrence? She didn't answer. Instead, she rocked slightly, humming a ragged tune under her breath. The sound was off-key, broken, unsettling in its persistence. I stepped back, heart hammering. The air felt thick, like I was wading through water. Outside, the fog had thickened, swallowing the street whole. I could feel it pressing in, a living wall of damp cold that made it hard to breathe. I called Mark, voice tight. It's worse than I thought. People I don't know. They're not themselves. And something's making them like this. He was silent for a moment. I've been looking into the spill. There's talk of chemical compounds that can alter brain functions, mess with perception, memory, behavior. But no one's saying anything official. Like it's all being covered up. My stomach twisted. Covering up? Why? Control, Mark said, voice low. If this spreads, if people start losing who they are, someone's going to want to manage that. Shape it. Maybe even profit from it. I swallowed again, feeling the weight of those words. This wasn't some random accident. It was deliberate. Insidious. I ended the call and kept walking, the flashlight's beam cutting a pale path through the fog. The streetlights flickered back on briefly, then died again, leaving me in darkness so complete I had to stop. A voice whispered nearby, soft and urgent. You shouldn't be here. I spun around, heart slamming against ribs. No one. Just shadows and mist. Who's there? I called, voice shaking. Silence. Then footsteps. Slow. Measured. Moving toward me through the haze. I backed into a doorway, breath shallow, hands gripping the cold brick. The footsteps stopped. The fog shifted, and a figure emerged. It was Mr. Collins, the man who ran the corner store. His face was calm, almost serene, but his eyes held something cold, distant. Not quite human. "We can't stop it now," he said quietly. "You have to understand. There's no going back." I blinked, struggling to process. "What do you mean?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "This isn't just a spill. It's a new beginning. For some of us, it's a chance to be better. For others," he hesitated, voice dropping, "well, some won't make it." The fog thickened again, swallowing his figure until he was gone. I stood there, the weight of those words crushing any hope I'd clung to. No going back. No escape. Only forward. And whatever that meant. I pulled my jacket tighter, swallowing the cold and the fear. The neighborhood was changing. No, it had changed. Our faces, our minds, our very selves were slipping through cracks we couldn't see. The point of no return wasn't just a phrase anymore. It was real. It was here. And I was trapped inside it. Behind me, the distant wail of sirens, too faint to be hopeful, too close to ignore. I had to keep moving. Because standing still meant losing everything. The night was thick around me, the kind of darkness that pressed down on your skin and made the air taste heavy, almost metallic. I stopped at the corner where I'd last seen him, the man who vanished into the fog after his chilling words. The street was empty except for the scattered leaves skittering across cracked pavement, their dry rustle louder than I expected. My breath came out in short, visible bursts. The words echoed in my head, no going back. No escape. Only forward. Forward to what? I didn't want to think about it, but the question gnawed at me. The houses on either side looked different now, more hollow, like skulls with empty eye sockets. Windows stared back like dull mirrors, reflecting shadows that sometimes weren't quite right. I passed the Jenkins house, and a sudden flicker of movement caught my eye through the curtains. A face appeared, pale and unfamiliar, eyes too sharp, lips too thin. I blinked hard. It was Mr. Jenkins, but not him. The smile he gave me was too slow, deliberate, as if he was learning how to mimic something he'd forgotten. I swallowed hard and kept walking. I needed to find someone I could trust. Sarah. She was the only person left who didn't seem changed. Or at least, not yet. My phone was useless, no signal, dead battery, whatever. So much for the usual lifelines. I imagined the chemical spill like a dark stain spreading beneath the skin of this place, seeping into everything, twisting the familiar into something alien. As I turned onto Maple, the crunch of gravel underfoot was suddenly joined by a soft scraping sound. I froze. The street was empty, but the noise came again, the slow drag of something heavy. A car? No, too irregular. Then a voice, low and ragged, broke the silence. "Hey!" It was faint, almost a whisper carried on the wind. I squinted into the mist and saw a figure leaning against a lamppost. The light flickered, casting his face in harsh, broken shadows. It was Mark, from 2 streets over, the guy everyone thought was harmless, maybe a little lost. But now his eyes were dark, sunken, and his expression was unreadable. When he stepped forward, I noticed a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, like a muscle that didn't quite know what to do. "Mark?" I asked, voice cracking. "Are you okay?" He laughed, but it wasn't a laugh. more like air escaping a crack pipe. Okay? What's that even mean now? He took a step closer, and I could smell the faint, sour tang of sweat mixed with something chemical, like bleach left to fester. You don't get it, do you? This isn't some little spill. It's a reset button. And some of us are already rebooting. I wanted to back away, but the fog seemed to thicken, crawling up my legs, slowing me down. Mark's face shifted again, his eyes sharpened, then dulled, flickered like a bad TV signal. Look, I'm trying to help. His voice dropped lower, urgency bleeding through. You can't run from this. You can't fight it. The more you resist, the worse it gets. I've seen it. Seen what? I forced the words out, swallowing past the lump in my throat. The change, he said simply. Not just in faces or behavior. It's deeper. Minds unraveling, identities slipping away. You think you remember who you are? You don't. Not really. The spill, it rewrites the script. And those who cling to the old lines. He shook his head. They break. A sudden breeze swept through, carrying the faint, chemical sting again. I shivered. Why? Why would this happen? Who's behind it? Mark's eyes darted around nervously, then he lowered his voice almost to a whisper. I don't know if it's deliberate. Maybe it's an accident. Maybe it's corporate greed gone wrong. But someone knew this could happen. They warned us. They just didn't say how bad it'd get. The fog swirled tighter, wrapping around us like a shroud. I wanted to shout, to demand answers, but my mouth felt dry and heavy. Instead, I nodded slowly, trying to absorb what little he'd given me. Listen, Mark said, voice strained. Tomorrow morning, there's a meeting at the community center. People are scared, confused. Some are already changing. You need to be there. Not for answers, but for survival. Survival? The word tasted bitter. From what? He looked at me then, and for a moment, his face softened, almost human. From ourselves. From what we're becoming. I watched him disappear into the mist as silently as he had come, leaving the cold pressing in from every side. My hands trembled, fingers brushing against the rough plaster of a nearby wall. The world felt off-kilter, like a painting you'd stare at too long and suddenly see something new, something wrong. I didn't know if I was losing my mind or if the neighborhood was truly unraveling. Maybe both. The first light of dawn was hours away, but already the promise of morning felt like a lie. The street was quiet, but not peaceful. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp, urgent, echoing through the fog like a warning. I turned toward home, every step heavier than the last. The faces I passed in windows didn't watch me anymore. They were waiting. Waiting for the change to reach me too. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could fight it. As I reached my porch, I caught my reflection in the glass door. The face staring back wasn't quite mine, not yet, but close. The edges were softening, slipping. I swallowed hard and pressed my palm to the cold glass. Whatever this was, whatever it meant, the descent had begun. And there was no turning back. The glass door was cold against my palm. I had nowhere left to turn. The neighborhood's subtle distortions weren't so subtle anymore. Faces shifted when no one was looking. Voices dropped into strange cadences, words laced with unfamiliar intent. It wasn't madness, at least. I hoped it wasn't, but some kind of quiet, insidious change. The question was whether I could hold on to the person I was before all this began. I stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath my weight. The smell of stale coffee and damp carpet filled the air, the familiar odors grounding me for a moment. My hands trembled as I shut the door behind me, the lock clicking with a hollow finality. Silence. Complete silence. The kind that presses in on you from all sides. I didn't sleep that night, not really. Instead, I sat by the window, watching the street, watching the houses where my neighbors lived, each of them a puzzle I couldn't solve. I thought about Mrs. Dwyer, whose smile had suddenly turned sharp and hollow, like she was hiding a secret she couldn't share. About Mr. Klein, who had stared through me with eyes too empty to be real. About the kids who no longer played outside, their laughter replaced by a quiet that felt unnatural. The spill was everywhere. It was in the water, the air, the soil. And now, it was in us. Morning came slow. The sky bled pale gray, the sun a weak promise behind thick clouds. I decided I had to see the others, to confront whatever this was head on. Maybe if I understood it, I could fight it. First stop was the Johnsons. I found them in their kitchen, sitting stiffly around the table. Their faces were familiar but wrong, the lines too smooth, eyes too bright, smiles that didn't reach the corners. At first, they greeted me with the same warmth as always. Then their expressions flickered, like static on a broken screen. Have you been feeling different? I asked, voice low, eyes darting around the small room. Mrs. Johnson's hand twitched before she covered it with a napkin. Different how? Her tone was flat, rehearsed. I could almost see the change in her mind, the part that wanted to deny, to pretend this wasn't happening. Like you're not quite yourself. Like something's shifted. Her husband cleared his throat, eyes narrowing. I think you're imagining things. I wanted to argue, to press them for answers, but something in their faces stopped me. It was exhaustion, or maybe resignation. The kind that comes when you realize resistance is useless. Leaving their house, I felt the weight of it settle deeper. This wasn't just a neighborhood problem. It was personal. It was inside me now, too. Over the next few days, I moved from house to house, gathering fragments of stories and silences. The local clinic was overwhelmed with patients complaining about headaches, strange vision changes, and a creeping sense of dissociation. No one could explain it. The spill's official reports were vague, blaming minor chemical exposure and promising investigations that never seemed to arrive. People were changing in ways too subtle to prove but too real to ignore. And the more I looked, the more I saw the cracks beneath the surface of our community. One afternoon, I stopped by the old community center, now a makeshift meeting place for anyone still clinging to normalcy. A handful of neighbors gathered there, sharing whispered theories and half-formed plans. The air was thick with fear and frustration. I don't think it's just a spill, Tom said, his voice low and urgent. It's making us forget who we are. Or worse, who we were. Sarah shook her head. I saw my brother last night. He looked at me like I was a stranger. Like he didn't recognize his own sister. I nodded. It's like the spill opened a door. Maybe not to something new, but to something buried inside us. Something we tried to ignore. Silence fell again. We were all staring at the same invisible enemy, and none of us knew how to fight it. That night, I stared at my reflection once more. The face was mine, but with subtle distortions, an unfamiliar curve of a lip, a flicker in the eyes. I traced the lines with my fingers, as if touching the glass could bring me back. And maybe it could. Maybe the fight wasn't about stopping the change, but about holding onto the pieces of ourselves that mattered most. Over the following weeks, the neighborhood settled into a strange new rhythm. Some people disappeared, moving away or retreating into silence. Others embraced the change, their behaviors shifting in ways that were sometimes unsettling but undeniably human. I learned to live with the uncertainty, the constant question of who I was becoming. I started keeping a journal, scribbling down moments of clarity and confusion, trying to anchor myself. One morning, as sunlight spilled weakly through the curtains, I found a note slipped under my door. It was from Mrs. Dwyer. "You're not alone. Remember that." I didn't know if she was changed or the same, but the words felt like a lifeline. A reminder that even in the face of something unknown and terrifying, connection remained. The chemical spill had altered us, yes, but it hadn't erased the fragments of who we were before. Not completely. Walking through the neighborhood now, I saw the shadows of what had been. The familiar faces, the old smiles, the unspoken bonds. They were still there, beneath the changes, waiting to be remembered. And maybe that was enough. I closed my eyes and breathed in the damp, earthy scent of the street after rain. The world was off kilter, yes, but it was still ours. For now. And that was something I could hold on to. Story 4, Vanished Oak, Distorted Trails in Appalachia. The first time I noticed something was off, I was barely 10 miles in, deep enough to be away from the usual weekend crowd but still close to the trailhead. I set out early, just as the sun was curling over the horizon, casting long shadows between the trees. The trail was soft underfoot, cushioned by years of leaf litter, and the air was cool enough to make the back of my neck prickle. I was alone, and I liked it that way. No small talk, no noisy groups breaking the silence with their chatter or laughter. Just me, the trees, and the slow rhythm of my boots against the dirt. About 2 hours in, I paused near a bend where the trail sloped down toward a creek. The water was clear and fast, tumbling over round stones, making that steady, soothing noise that's impossible not to listen to. I knelt to splash some on my face, feeling the cold bite against my skin. As I stood up, I glanced back at the path. That's when I saw it, a tree, or rather, what should have been a tree. There's a massive oak that always marked the spot where the trail cursed sharply left, its bark scarred by decades of initials and arts carved by hikers who passed before me. I'd known that tree so well I could find it with my eyes closed. But this time, the tree wasn't there. Instead, an ash sapling stood in its place, thin and pale, its branches trembling in the breeze like nervous fingers. At first, I thought maybe a storm had knocked the oak down, but there was no sign of a fallen giant, no splintered wood, no pile of leaves. Just empty space where the trail should have curved. I blinked, a little confused. Had I taken a wrong turn? I checked my GPS, which was churning through satellites sluggishly, its signal weak under the thick canopy. The little blue dot was still moving along the line, but the trail on the map looked different. Jagged, almost. Like it had been redrawn by someone's shaky hand. I shrugged it off and kept walking. Maybe I was tired, or maybe my mind was playing tricks after too many hours on the trail. The woods had a way of doing that, turning the familiar strange without warning. By noon, the sun had climbed higher, casting dappled light through the leaves, and the temperature had risen enough to make the air sticky against my skin. I stopped to eat, sitting on a fallen log that was damp but comfortable enough. Around me, the forest buzzed with life, the hum of cicadas, the occasional chirp of a distant bird. I pulled out a sandwich, took a bite, and tried to shake the unease that had settled in my chest like a slow-growing knot. I told myself it was nothing. Just a misplaced tree, a GPS glitch, maybe a memory playing tricks on me. It wasn't like I was lost. The trail ahead was clear, marked by faded blazes painted on rocks and branches. I checked the map again, folding and unfolding the creased paper, and the route looked straightforward. No reason to worry. But a few miles later, I hit the next oddity. There was a fork in the trail I didn't remember ever seeing before. One path led steeply uphill, cutting through a thicket of rhododendrons. The other meandered gently toward a ridge lined with pines. Both looked well-worn, equally trodden. I stood there, scratching my head, trying to recall which way to go. The map showed only a single trail, no fork. My compass needle wavered slightly, then steadied. I called out, just in case. "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vastness of the forest. No answer. No rustle of movement. Just silence. I hesitated, then chose the uphill path. It felt right, or at least, less wrong. The climb was steep and slippery, the ground beneath my boots loose with gravel and dead leaves. The air smelled faintly of pine resin and something else I couldn't place, a sour, metallic tang that made me wrinkle my nose. I tried to ignore it. At the top, I paused again, catching my breath. The view opened up to a small clearing surrounded by towering firs. The sky was a bright, cloudless blue, and the sun painted the tips of the trees gold. A breeze stirred the needles, sending a faint rustling through the branches. And then I saw it. There, half hidden among the pines, was a large rock shaped like a crouching bear. I'd passed that rock plenty of times before. It was a landmark, a waypoint I used to measure progress along the trail. But today, the rock was different. Its face was turned in the opposite direction. I tilted my head, squinting. It made no sense. I stepped closer, brushing moss from its surface with my fingers. The texture was rough, cold, and damp beneath my touch. The moss smelled earthy, but the sour tang lingered in the air. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. The cicadas had stopped. No birdsong. Only the soft whisper of the wind through the needles. My stomach tightened. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS again. The signal flickered and died. No bars. No satellite connection. Just the spinning wheel of loading. I know how that sounds, I muttered to myself, but this isn't right. I tried to shake off the growing unease, telling myself I just needed to keep moving. The trail had to be ahead, somewhere. I remembered reading about the terrain here, how the Appalachians could be disorienting with their rolling hills and dense forest, especially if the fog rolled in or the light shifted oddly through the canopy. But the sun was still high. No fog. I decided to backtrack, thinking maybe I'd missed a turn or taken the wrong fork earlier. I turned around, heading back downhill. The forest seemed to shift as I walked. Trees that should have been behind me were suddenly beside me, and the path beneath my boots felt unfamiliar, softer, muddier, as though I were walking through a different part of the woods altogether. The rhododendrons I'd passed earlier were nowhere to be seen. Instead, tall ferns pressed in close, their fronds brushing against my legs. I stopped, heart hammering. I tried to retrace my steps, but the landmarks no longer matched. The clearing with the bare rock was nowhere in sight. Instead, the trail twisted in impossible ways, doubling back on itself. The sun, which had been bright moments before, now filtered weakly through a thicker canopy, casting everything in a dim, greenish light. A shiver ran down my spine. My breath came out in short bursts, the cool air tasting oddly metallic again. I wanted to call out, but my voice felt swallowed by the dense forest. Ahead, something caught my eye, a figure? Or a shadow? I blinked. It vanished. "Hello?" I said, louder this time, my voice cracking. No reply. I reached into my pack for the map, unfolding it carefully, fingers trembling. I folded it back quickly. Something was wrong. I wanted to run but couldn't decide which way to go. Every direction looked the same, trees standing tall and silent, their trunks mottled with lichen, the ground soft beneath my boots, leaves rustling faintly in the breeze. The forest felt vast, endless, and somehow alive with secrets. That's when I heard it, distant footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not my own. I froze. The sound was steady, rhythmic, coming closer. Not the hurried steps of a panicked hiker, but the measured gait of someone who knew these woods too well. I swallowed hard, heart thudding painfully against my ribs. The sour smell grew stronger, mixed now with the faint, unmistakable scent of sweat and something else, old leather or worn fabric. My hands trembled at my sides. I stared at the map, the creases worn and faintly stained from sweat and dirt, trying to make sense of the lines. But the landmarks I'd seen just minutes ago, the bare rock, the clearing, it was like they'd been erased or shifted somewhere else entirely. I flipped the map over, hoping the other side might spark something, but it was just the same topography, the same streams and ridges I knew too well. Nothing accounted for the way the trail had folded back on itself, like a corrupted loop in a program. The air was heavier now, thick with humidity and the scent of moss and wet earth. My breathing was shallow. The metallic taste lingered on my tongue, sharp and unpleasant. I stuffed the map back into my pack and scanned the surroundings, the underbrush seeming even denser, the ferns brushing harder against my shins. The forest had gone quiet. No birdsong, no rustling animals. Just the soft, persistent drip of water from leaves. I swallowed hard. Okay, I muttered aloud. Think this through. At that moment, a low rustle came from the right, a snap of a twig. I whipped my head around, eyes narrowing. A man stepped out from behind a tree, his clothes muddied and torn, face pale but alert. His eyes were wild, darting from me to the shadows beyond. "Hey," I said, raising my hands slightly, not sure what else to do. "You okay?" He didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward, then stopped. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. His voice, when he finally spoke, was hoarse. "You seen the markers?" "No," I said cautiously. "What markers?" He glanced over his shoulder, then back at me. "Trail markers. Painted blazes. They're gone. Or moved. I don't know. I've been walking in circles for days. Days." My stomach clenched. "How long have you been out here?" 5. Maybe 6. His voice cracked. "I was with a group, but they split up. I got lost trying to find them." I wanted to believe him. Needed to. But the way he looked, exhausted and hollow, made me wonder how long it had been since he'd eaten or rested properly. I dug into my pack and pulled out a water bottle, holding it out. He hesitated, then took it with a trembling hand, swallowing greedily. I watched the way his fingers trembled, the dirt taped beneath his nails. "What's your name?" I asked. "Eli," he said. I'm Sam." There was a pause, the kind that stretches too long in the wild, where every second feels like an hour. The tension was thick, like the humidity, pressing down on us. "Eli," I said, trying to sound steady, "have you seen anyone else? Lost like you?" He shook his head. "No. Just me. But there's signs of boots, scraps of packs, some broken gear. I found them near the creek, like people tried to get out but never did." I swallowed again, the metallic taste stronger. "What creek?" He pointed down the slope through the trees. "East. Maybe a mile or 2. I've been trying to reach it." Something clicked. The creek was on my map, but I had no memory of passing it. Not today. Or yesterday. Or whenever this was anymore. "We should check it out," I said, voice firmer than I felt. If there are clues, maybe we can figure out what's going on. Eli nodded, but his eyes were wary. You sure? I don't want to get lost again. Me neither, I said. But staying put isn't an option. We moved cautiously, stepping over roots and fallen branches. The forest seemed to close in tighter with every step. The canopy above dimmed the light, turning the world a muted green and brown. Leaves dripped water onto our heads and shoulders. The smell of damp wood and earth grew stronger, mixed with something faintly sour, like rotting leaves or old sweat. I kept glancing back, half expecting the shadows to shift, but nothing followed. Still, the silence was unsettling. There was no wind, no animals, no birds. After what felt like an hour, we reached a narrow stream, its water dark and sluggish. Broken branches and crushed leaves littered the banks. I spotted a torn piece of fabric snagged on a root, a faded red, maybe part of a jacket or shirt. Look, I said, pointing. Eli knelt, running his fingers over the fabric. That's from one of our packs, he said quietly. I recognize it. My pulse quickened. These weren't just random lost hikers. Something was happening here, something systematic. As we followed the creek upstream, I noticed more signs, footprints half washed by the water, scattered food wrappers, a cracked compass face lying in the mud. Someone had been desperate enough to drop it. Do you think they're still out here? Eli's voice was barely a whisper. I didn't answer. The question hung between us, heavy and unresolved. Then, unexpectedly, a faint sound broke the quiet, a voice, distant but clear. A woman calling out, her tone urgent and strained. Hello? Is someone there? I froze. Eli's eyes widened. We both looked toward the sound. It came again, closer this time. Help. Please. Wait, I said, heart pounding. That's not far. We have to go. We hurried toward the voice, pushing through the thick undergrowth. The creek narrowed, twisting through the trees like a dark ribbon. The air grew colder, dampness settling into my bones. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted, a slick patch of mud. My foot slipped, and I caught myself just before falling face first. Eli grabbed my arm. Careful, he warned. I nodded, breath coming out in ragged bursts. The voice was louder now, more desperate. We rounded a bend and stopped. There, half hidden behind a fallen log, was a woman. She looked younger than me, with tangled hair and dirt-smudged cheeks. Her eyes were wide with panic. Thank God, she said, voice trembling. I've been lost, for days. I stepped forward slowly. What's your name? Jess, she whispered. Her gaze flicked nervously around the trees. I don't know how I got here. The trails, they don't make sense anymore. Eli exchanged a look with me. Something about her words matched his own experience. The forest was playing tricks, or worse. We're trying to figure it out, I said, kneeling beside her. Maybe if we stick together, we can find a way out. Jess nodded but shivered violently. I'm so cold. And hungry. I rummaged through my pack, pulling out some granola bars and a small bottle of water. I handed them over, watching her eat like she hadn't had food in a week. The three of us sat there for a moment, the creek's quiet gurgle the only sound. The sunlight was fading fast, but the forest didn't feel quite as ominous with company. Still, the unease lingered. The shifting landmarks, the missing trail markers, the strange silence, it was all part of something bigger. Something human, I suspected. Someone, or some group, was manipulating this place, turning it into a labyrinth with no clear way out. We need a plan, I said softly. before night falls. Eli nodded. We should mark our path somehow. Leave signs we can follow back. Jess looked up, eyes hopeful. Like what? I thought for a second. Rocks. Sticks. Anything that stands out. We can make item or piles to mark where we've been. Eli pulled a small notebook from his pack, scribbling a crude map based on what we'd seen. I grabbed a handful of stones and started stacking them near the creek's edge. The sun dipped lower. Shadows stretched long and twisted between the trees. The forest seemed to close in again, swallowing the daylight. Listen, Jess said suddenly, voice barely above a whisper. I froze. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate footsteps, crunching dry leaves in the distance. Not ours. Someone's coming, Eli said, voice tense. We all looked toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, but the thick trees hid whoever it was. Stay calm. Jess's voice was barely louder than a whisper, but it sliced through the thick, humid air like an item. The trails, they don't make sense anymore. Her eyes darted from tree to tree, pupils dilated with a kind of raw, unfiltered panic that made my skin crawl. I glanced at Eli, whose jaw was tight, his brows furrowed deep enough to cast shadows in the dimming light. I wanted to believe it was just exhaustion or confusion. Hiking off-trail for days will do that to you. But something in Jess's tone, something in the way she spoke, like she tried to map the forest in her head one too many times and found only dead ends, felt different. Like she wasn't just lost. Like the woods themselves were working against her. Okay, I said carefully, kneeling to meet her eyes. Start from the beginning. Where were you headed? When did you realize you were lost? Her breath hitched as she swallowed hard. I was following the ridge, trying to get to the campsite. I swear, I was. But every turn I took, every landmark I passed, it felt like I'd been there before. Then the trees started looking wrong. Like they moved. She blinked rapidly, as if to shake the memory loose. I thought I was seeing things. Eli exchanged a look with me. Moved? Trees don't move. His voice was low, skeptical, but his eyes weren't accusing. They were searching. I know how that sounds, she said, voice cracking. But it's true. I'd pass a rock formation, then circle back and see the same one again, but different. Like it shifted an inch or two. The moss on the north side would be on the south side the next time around. The creek's path, it changed. I swear. The last part hit me like a cold wave. The creek. That ribbon of cold water twisting through the trees. I remembered slipping on the mud beside it, the slickness not quite like any mud I'd felt before. Something was wrong here. I rubbed my hands together, trying to warm them. The sun was setting fast, and the forest was already cooling off, the shadows thickening. The smell of wet earth and decaying leaves filled my nostrils, but underneath it all was a faint metallic tang, like old coins buried in soil. I didn't like it. Show me, I said, standing and extending a hand to Jess. Let's try to figure this out. Eli hesitated but followed. The three of us moved slowly, eyes darting to every tree, every rock, every bend in the trail. Jess pointed out the spots where the landmarks had shifted. The moss on one rock was definitely on the opposite side from where I'd seen it earlier. The creek's bend was sharper here than where I remembered, and the fallen log we passed before seemed to have moved closer to the water's edge. I shook my head, stomach tightening. This doesn't make sense. Landmarks don't just move. Trees don't relocate themselves overnight. Jess swallowed nervously. I thought it was just me. Thought maybe I was going crazy. But then I heard the others, the voices. I've been following them, hoping someone would come. But I think they're lost too. Or worse. That word, worse, hung in the air between us. I could feel it prickling my skin like static electricity. The woods weren't just confusing. They were dangerous. Not in the usual way, steep cliffs or wild animals, but something else entirely. Eli crouched beside a patch of dirt, running his fingers through the soil. "Look at this," he said quietly. "These footprints. They're fresh. But they circle back in on themselves. Like whoever made them was trying to find their way out but ended up right back here." I knelt, tracing the loop with my finger. It was true. The prints formed a tight spiral, no exit, no clear path forward or backward. A maze. A trap. My throat tightened. It's like the forest is folding in on itself. Jess shivered, rubbing her arms. "I tried to mark the trail with ribbons," she said, pulling a frayed piece of red nylon from her pocket. "But when I looked back, they were gone. Or on the wrong trees. Like the forest erased them." Eli stood and looked up at the thick canopy, where the last streaks of sunlight filtered through. "We need to get out. Now." I nodded, but a knot twisted in my gut. "We need a plan. Running blindly will only get us lost faster." The three of us huddled behind a cluster of rhododendron bushes, whispering urgently. Jess's story was too consistent to dismiss, yet it sounded like something from a nightmare. The forest was playing tricks on us, or worse, was deliberately designed to confuse and trap. I thought back to the maps I'd studied before the trip. Nothing about shifting creeks or moving trees. No warning about a natural maze that folded in on itself. Just the usual trails, marked clearly. But this place wasn't usual. "Do you think this is natural?" I asked. "Some kind of geological thing?" Jess shook her head. "No. It feels deliberate." Beneath a sky smeared with unnatural shades, the forest whispered secrets I wasn't meant to hear. Like someone's been here, changing things. Moving the markers. Maybe even the trees. Eli's eyes darkened. "You mean someone's out here? Watching us?" The idea made my skin crawl. A human threat hiding behind the trees, using the forest's confusion to their advantage. I pictured someone, maybe a loner or worse, waiting for hikers to get lost, then. What? What could they want? My hands trembled as I pulled my jacket tighter. The temperature was dropping fast. A distant owl hooted, but it didn't feel like nature's call. It felt like a warning. "We can't stay here," I said. "We need to move before it gets too dark. But we have to be smart. We can't trust the trails. We can't trust what we see." Jess looked at me, eyes wide and shining with fear. "What do we do?" I swallowed hard. "We keep moving forward. Away from the creek. Away from the landmarks that keep changing. We follow the sun as best as we can. And we keep talking. Keep watch." Eli nodded, pulling a small flashlight from his pack. The beam was weak, but it was something. "We'll take shifts. One watches, two rest. We can't let our guard down." As the first stars blinked to life overhead, the forest seemed to close in tighter. The twisting trails, the shifting landmarks, the whispers of other voices in the distance, it all pressed on me like a physical weight. I glanced at Jess, then Eli. "We're past the point of no return. If we turn back now, we're just walking into the maze again." Jess swallowed, biting her lip. "Then we move forward." I nodded, stepping into the underbrush, the damp leaves squelching underfoot. The night was alive with sounds, cracking twigs, rustling leaves, the distant drip of water, but none of it offered comfort. Somewhere, beyond the next bend, something waited. We moved as one, swallowed by the darkening woods and the maze that refused to let us go. The forest pressed in closer as twilight deepened, the fading light tangled in the thick branches above like threadbare lace. My breath came out ragged, a warm fog against the chill that settled deep in my bones. Jess and Eli crouched beside me, their faces pale in the dimming light, eyes darting nervously between the shifting shadows. "We can't just wait here," Eli muttered, voice low, almost swallowed by the rustle of dry leaves. "That maze isn't going to let us go on its own." Jess nodded, her fingers tightening around the frayed red nylon strip. "I don't know who's doing this, but it's deliberate. There's someone out here, watching us." I swallowed hard, the taste of dirt and pine thick on my tongue. The idea made the hairs on my arms stand up. A human threat. Not some weird trick of the forest, not an earthquake or landslide. Someone or a group manipulating the very paths we trusted to lead us out. "All right," I said, trying to steady my voice. "We need a plan. We can't just run blindly. That's how people get hurt, or worse." Eli glanced around, eyes sharp. "We know the forest's messing with us. Markers vanish, landmarks shift. But what if we use that? Can we trick it back? Like a countermaze?" Jess's voice was thin but fierce. "That could work. If we leave our own signs, something the maze can't erase." I nodded slowly. This wasn't just survival now. It was a mental game. A war of wills with whoever was out here, or whatever was making the forest twist and turn. We started moving, careful and deliberate. Each step was a test. I marked a tree with a scratch of my fingernail, deep enough to leave a scar. Jess tied bits of her nylon ribbon, twisting it tight around branches. Eli hummed low, almost like a chant, as if willing the forest to see our trail. But the deeper we went, the more the world seemed to betray us. The path we followed folded back on itself, or vanished entirely. The same oak tree appeared again and again, its bark pocked with strange symbols carved so shallowly they almost looked natural. I reached out to touch them, fingers trembling. They weren't random. Someone had left messages. "Look." Jess's whisper sliced through the silence. She pointed to the ground. Footprints. But not ours. They were fresh. Barefoot. Small. Too small for a grown man, too large for a child. I crouched, tracing the outline in the dirt with my finger. The prints headed off the path, into a thicket so dense it swallowed sound. Why would someone be barefoot out here? Eli asked, voice tight. "Is it a trap? Or a warning?" I said. My pulse hammered in my ears. Every instinct screamed to turn back, but the maze wouldn't let us. The forest scent thickened damp moss and decaying leaves mixed with something sharp, metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood? I swallowed hard, the taste now bitter on my tongue. "We need to keep moving," Jess said, voice cracking. "Before whoever's out here decides to make us the next footprints." The forest seemed to close in tighter, the shadows deepening into ink-black pockets. I could hear something, a distant snapping of twigs, a low murmur like whispered voices just beyond the trees. My hands trembled as I gripped a branch to steady myself. "Did you hear that?" I asked, eyes scanning the darkening underbrush. Eli nodded, stepping closer. "Yeah. Someone's out there. Following us." I swallowed again, the knot in my stomach twisting sharper. There was no way out if we were being hunted. Maybe we can find higher ground, I suggested, trying to sound hopeful. A ridge or a rocky outcrop. See if we can spot where we are. Jess shook her head slowly. No. The hills are all the same here. I don't want to get caught out in the open. Her words hung between us like a shroud. The forest wasn't just confusing trails. It was a trap, and we were the prey. As we pushed forward, the path grew slippery with wet leaves. The air turned colder, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine, like the forest itself was breathing down my neck. Suddenly, Eli stopped. Wait. He crouched, pointing to a small glint among the leaves. A crumpled piece of paper, soggy and torn. I bent to pick it up, brushing away dirt and pine needles. The ink was smudged, but I could make out words. Don't trust the markers. They lie. My throat tightened. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. Someone else had been here, someone scared enough to leave a warning. Jess swallowed hard. We're not alone. And whoever put this here wants us to know. I folded the paper carefully and stuffed it into my jacket. We have to keep moving away from the markers, away from the paths that shift. Eli glanced nervously over his shoulder. We should find a place to rest soon. The sky was a dull gray when I finally stumbled out of those woods, the kind of overcast that swallows color and leaves everything looking flat and tired. Rain had been threatening all morning, but it hadn't come yet. The dampness clung to my skin and clothes, mixing with the sweat and grime that had built up over the last few days. My boots squelched with every step, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. I didn't care. I was out. I didn't realize how tightly I'd been holding my breath until I reached the dirt road that sliced through the wilderness. It wasn't the paved highway I'd expected, but it was civilization enough. I sank down onto the rough edge of the road, the gravel pressing into my palms, and let the silence wash over me. No shifting trees. No confusing forks in the trail that led nowhere. Just the faint hum of a distant car engine and the occasional bird call. I kept staring back at the trees, those endless, twisting trees that had held their secrets so tightly. They looked ordinary from here, harmless even. But I knew better. That forest wasn't just a patch of wilderness. It was a trap. A maze designed by the land itself, or something worse, people who knew how to exploit its strange quirks. I had to get this out, had to make sense of it before the fog of exhaustion and relief swallowed it whole. My hands trembled as I pulled out the battered journal I'd found in the clearing, the one filled with scrawled notes and unsettling sketches. It was the only clue about others trapped before me. Others who never made it out. Sitting there, I flipped through those pages, the edges frayed and damp. The handwriting was shaky but desperate, like a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. It spoke of landmarks that shifted, paths that looped back on themselves, and a voice that wasn't quite human whispered just at the edge of hearing. I dismissed that as delirium at first, but now I wasn't sure. The journal mentioned a man. Not a supernatural spirit or a mythical creature, but a man who lurked in the maze. Someone who thrived on the confusion, who watched as hikers wandered deeper and deeper into the labyrinth, until they lost their minds or worse. I had scoffed at the idea before, but after the unsettling glimpses I caught between the shifting trees, shadowy shapes that didn't belong, I wasn't so sure. I remembered the way the path twisted after I passed the old fallen oak. How the moss-covered rocks looked eerily like the ones I'd seen earlier, but somehow different. I thought I was imagining it, but maybe I wasn't. Maybe something or someone was moving those markers, rearranging the trail to keep us lost. A sudden rustling snapped me out of my thoughts. I froze, every muscle taut. A figure emerged from the edge of the forest, an older man, wearing a frayed jacket and carrying a worn backpack. His eyes were sharp, a little too alert, and there was a strange smile playing at the edges of his mouth. "You made it out," he said, voice low but steady. I nodded, unsure what else to say. "Who are you?" He shrugged. "Someone who's been watching. Helping when I can." His words were like a cold draft. Helping? After everything I'd been through? The maze, the confusion, the endless walking in circles. I wanted to ask if he was the man from the journal, if he was the reason people disappeared. But something in his gaze stopped me. He sat down beside me, pulling a flask from his pack and taking a slow sip. "It's not the forest that traps you, you know. It's the fear. The panic. The way your mind twists the trees into monsters." I laughed, bitter and dry. Easy to say when you're not the one who walked in circles for days. True. He wiped a hand over his face, then looked back into the woods. But I've learned the patterns. The landmarks that don't move, the ones that do. The spots where the land shifts underfoot. It's natural. The Appalachian terrain is alive in ways most people don't understand. And some take advantage. Take advantage how? I asked, swallowing hard. He gave me a long look. There are men who hunt here. Not animals, people. They find the lost ones, those who can't get out. They keep them for their own reasons. Some for work, some for worse. No one talks about it. It's the kind of thing that gets buried under missing persons reports and dismissed as accidents. That hit harder than I expected. The idea that this maze wasn't just a natural phenomenon, but a hunting ground for predators who preyed on the vulnerable. I swallowed the lump in my throat, the taste bitter and metallic. "Why tell me this now?" I asked. "Because you made it out. And because you need to warn others. You can't just disappear into the woods and think no one will notice. People care. Families search. But the truth is ugly. It's easier to say someone got lost, wandered off, never came back. But that's not the whole story." I nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle heavy on my chest. I thought about my own family, the calls I hadn't made, the worried texts I'd ignored. They didn't know where I'd been. They thought I was safe, somewhere on a trail that looped back to the car. "I'm going to report this," I said quietly. "Tell someone who can do something." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Good luck with that. The woods have a way of swallowing the truth." We sat there a while longer, the silence between us filled with the sounds of the road, the occasional car, the distant bark of a dog, the wind sighing through the trees. I felt drained but strangely calm, like the storm inside me had finally broken. I thought about the people I'd never met, the ones who had vanished into that maze, swallowed by shifting trails and silent hunters. I thought about the man beside me, who had survived by knowing the land's secrets but was trapped in his own way by what he'd seen. When I finally stood, my legs shaky but steady, I looked back once more at the edge of the forest. The trees looked the same as before, but I couldn't trust my eyes. Not anymore. "Thank you," I said, "for telling me." He nodded. "Just don't disappear." I started walking toward the highway, the cold wind biting through my jacket. Every step felt like a small victory, a reclaiming of myself from the maze. I thought about the trail markers, the shifting landmarks, the psychological maze that had nearly broken me. And I thought about what it meant to come back from that, not just alive, but changed. I wasn't the same person who'd entered those woods. The forest had taken pieces of me, left scars I couldn't see but knew were there. But I was still here. Story 5, Mirrors Distortion, Reflection's Silent Warning. I was standing in front of the bathroom mirror when it happened, the moment when the edges of the world seemed to blur, just a little, and the room felt. The light above the sink flickered once, then twice, casting brief shadows that stretched across the cracked white tile behind me. I blinked and leaned closer. My reflection stared back, but there was something off about it. The corners of my mouth twitched upward, but my lips stayed still. The eyes, too wide, almost pleading. I swallowed and pulled back, feeling the cool glass against my palms, cold but completely normal. I know how that sounds. Like a bad horror movie or something you'd read in a cheap thriller. But it's those little moments, the ones that don't quite line up, that start the unraveling. The world creaks, just a little. And when you're prone to anxiety, that creak echoes in your head louder than it should. I ran a hand through my hair and turned away from the mirror, forcing myself to focus on the day ahead. The apartment was quiet, the usual hum of the refrigerator and the faint tapping of rain against the window pane the only sounds. The smell of damp plaster and faint coffee lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence. I like the rain, that's what my therapist says, that rain can be calming. I suppose that's true, except when it's the kind of rain that makes every shadow pull deeper and every corner seem darker. I shuffled to the kitchen, the threadbare rug muffling my footsteps. The kettle hissed as it boiled, steam curling up like a ghost I didn't want to see. I poured the water over the coffee grounds and watched the dark liquid drip into the chipped mug. The first sip was bitter and sharp, but it was familiar, grounding. The apartment door was slightly ajar. I noticed it because I always close it. Always. I'm very particular about that. I closed it fully, the click of the lock sounding louder than usual in the stillness. Did I forget to lock it last night? Probably. I frowned. I'm usually not so careless. I checked the chain lock, still secure. That was better. I could almost feel my pulse slow, just a little. The phone vibrated on the counter. I glanced at the screen and saw a text from my neighbor, Mrs. Calder. She usually sent me photos of her cat or reminders about the building's maintenance schedule. Today, it read, "Did you hear that banging last night?" Sounded like someone was at the door. I tapped back quickly. No, I must have been asleep. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't mention the door being unlocked. I sat down at the small kitchen table, the rough wood cool beneath my fingers. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the sky was swollen with heavy clouds. A faint, stale smell of smoke drifted in from somewhere, probably someone smoking on the street below. The city was always full of smells like that, exhaust, wet concrete, fried food from the corner deli. The kind of smells that make you feel alive but also tired. I took another sip of coffee, trying to ignore the prickling sensation at the back of my neck. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for my phone, scrolling through the news, mostly banal stuff about traffic delays and a local park reopening. Nothing to worry about. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then the power blinked just for a second. The lights dimmed and came back on. I heard a faint creak from the hallway. It was the kind of sound old apartments made all the time. You get used to it. Or you think you do. I stood up, forcing my legs to move steadily, and walked toward the door. The hallway outside was empty, pale light from the flickering bulb stretched across the faded wallpaper. I pressed my ear to the door and heard nothing but a distant dog barking, somewhere far away. I checked the locks again. The main deadbolt was tight. The chain was still in place. But the latch felt cold, colder than it should be. I pressed my palm against the wood. It was solid. No sign of forced entry. Still, I couldn't stop imagining someone just out there, waiting. I shook my head. Get a grip, I muttered. Back inside, I noticed the bathroom door. It was closed, but the handle spun slightly when I touched it. I swear I had left it wide open this morning. I pushed it gently. It didn't budge. I stepped back and glanced around. No one else was home. I noticed the shadows again. Long, stretched across the walls like ink spilled too far. The corners of the room seemed to deepen, swallowing the edges of the ceiling. I blinked, feeling the familiar tightening in my chest, that old, unwelcome guest. The reflection in the mirror came back to me. I didn't want to look again, but I did anyway. This time, my face was blurred, as if someone had smeared water over the glass. The eyes were smaller now, but the mouth was locked in a thin line of tension. I blinked hard, and it was gone. Just me. Me and the tired, worn face I'd seen every day for years. I turned away quickly, breathing shallow and fast. The room suddenly felt colder. The faint hum of the refrigerator seemed louder, more insistent, like it was trying to fill the silence. I grabbed my jacket from the coat rack. Maybe a walk would help. Fresh air, they say. Clear your head. As I moved toward the door, I noticed something odd. The lock wasn't where it should be. It had shifted slightly, the bolt now visible, sticking out farther than usual. I knelt to examine it, fingers brushing the rough paint around the frame. The bolt was extended, but the door was still open. That made no sense. I pulled the door closed gently, and the lock slid back into place with a click. I felt the weight of it in my chest. Locked. Safe. I hoped. Outside, the hall was quiet again. The faint smell of damp wool and old carpet filled the air. I stepped out, closing the door behind me slowly, almost reverently. I paused in the hallway, listening. Nothing. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Anxiety twisting the mundane into something threatening. But even as I thought that, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. A cold draft whispered down the corridor. The light above me flickered once more. And I was sure I heard a soft click coming from the apartment next to mine. The hallway was still, but it had changed somehow. I stood there for a moment, the door to my apartment still closed behind me. The lock, the bolt, it still bothered me. How could it have shifted without me touching it? The sensation in my chest tightened again, a slow squeeze that made my breath shallow. I ran my fingers over the door's surface, feeling the rough paint that had chipped away near the frame, a place I'd never really noticed before. There was a faint indentation, almost like a fingerprint pressed too hard, or maybe a scratch. I didn't want to touch it again, but I did. The light above flickered again, briefly plunging the hallway into a dim, uncertain gloom. I caught my reflection in the tiny window of the door across the hall. For a moment, it wasn't quite right. My face seemed stretched, or maybe angled wrong, as if the glass had warped or I was looking through some funhouse mirror. I blinked hard, and the image snapped back. Just a trick of the light. I hoped. I started walking down the hall, my footsteps soft against the threadbare carpet. The walls pressed in on me, the wallpaper peeling at the corners, yellowed with age and neglect. The faint scent of mildew floated in the air, and I wondered how long it had been since the building had been properly cleaned. The radiator clanked somewhere behind a wall, a dull, mechanical groan that made the floor vibrate beneath my feet. At the end of the corridor was the door to the apartment next to mine. The one where I thought I'd heard the click. I stopped just short of it. My hand hovered near the knob, but I didn't touch it. The lock might have been the first sign, but now I wasn't sure what to expect. Whoever was on the other side, if anyone, could be watching me right now. I pressed my ear against the wood. Nothing. No breathing, no shuffling, no faint scrape of furniture. Just silence. Complete silence. I remembered the notes I had scribbled earlier, scattered on the kitchen table like a desperate map. Patterns, observations, half-formed theories. The door lock's odd position. The shifting light. The warped reflection. All of it spinning in my mind, a storm I was trying to steady but failing at. I needed more than just feelings and shadows. I needed proof. I pulled my phone from my pocket to check the time. 11:42 p.m. The battery was low, flickering at 12%. I should have charged it hours ago, but I'd been too restless. My fingers trembled as I tapped the screen. No messages. No missed calls. Nothing. I shifted my weight and looked down the hall. The exit at the far end was dimly lit, the emergency sign casting a sickly green glow over the cracked plaster. I remembered the maintenance schedule taped near the elevator, a reminder that the building was old, complicated, and prone to glitches. Maybe the locks were just faulty. Maybe the shadows were tricks of my tired mind. But then why the click? I moved back toward my door, the carpet muffling my steps. The air was cooler here, the draft from the hallway slipping beneath the crack at the bottom of the door. I crouched down again, studying the lock. The bolt was retracted now, flush with the frame. I reached out and pressed the door firmly. It held. I stood up quickly, startled by a sudden noise from the apartment across the hall. A whisper. A scrape. Something that made my skin crawl. Heartbeat quickening, I leaned in again, straining to hear. The building's usual creaks and groans faded into the background. This was different. Deliberate. A slow, dragging sound, like fabric being pulled across floorboards. I swallowed hard and took a step back. The door didn't move, but I felt like it was watching me. I didn't believe in ghosts, but I believed in people. And people could do things I couldn't see coming. I glanced down the hall again. Nothing. A shadow shifted near the stairwell, long and thin, stretching impossibly across the wall. I blinked, and it was gone. My breath caught, and I rubbed my palms on my jeans. I wasn't sure if I was ready to confront whatever or whoever was out there, but I knew I couldn't just wait. Sitting still wasn't going to make it better. I unlocked my door and slipped inside, closing it softly behind me. The familiar smell of old books and coffee greeted me, grounding in a way the hallway never did. I locked the door, listening closely. No clicks. No shifts. I pulled the blind shut, the fabric brushing against the windowsill with a faint rustle. Outside, the streetlights flickered, casting lazy pools of orange light through the curtains. Somewhere down below, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden. I moved to the living room, flicking on the lamp. The glow was warm but weak, barely pushing back the darkness in the corners. I grabbed my notebook, flipping through pages filled with messy handwriting and hastily drawn diagrams. My eyes caught a new entry I hadn't written before. In the margin, a single word, watch. I stared at it, heart thudding. I was sure I hadn't written that. Not last night. Not ever. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. My breath hitched, and I froze. The sound came again, louder this time. Not urgent, but deliberate. Waiting. I crept toward the door, every nerve on edge. The doorknob didn't turn, no key slid in the lock. Whoever it was wasn't trying to get in. They were just outside. Watching. Who's there? My voice was barely above a whisper, hoarse from disuse. No answer. The knocking stopped. Silence settled like a weight. Then, slowly, the faintest sound, a soft scrape, like nails tracing wood, drifted from the other side. I stepped back, heart hammering. The lock clicked once. A bolt moved. My hand shook as I lunged for the deadbolt chain, snapping it into place. The door didn't budge. I sank against it, breathing hard. The world outside my door wasn't safe. Not anymore. And neither was I. The weight of the door pressed into my back, cold and unyielding, as the lock clicked shut from the other side. I swallowed hard. The word watch burned in the margin of my notebook, a silent threat or a warning. Neither felt comforting. The shadows in the hallway stretched longer, unnatural, like the walls were leaning in, watching me back. I blinked, but the edges didn't soften. If anything, they sharpened. The room felt smaller, tighter. My hands trembled as I slid down the door, settling onto the floor. The rough plaster scraped against my skin through my shirt. I tried to steady my breathing, but each inhale came harsh and uneven. Something had changed. I could feel it in my bones. This wasn't just anxiety anymore. Not that simple, familiar dread. It was something else. Darker. I thought about the journal. The new entry, the word watch. I'd been so sure I hadn't written it. But what if I had? What if my own mind was betraying me? Shaking my head, I tried to force the thought away. No! The fear wasn't just in my head. It was out there, just beyond the door. Watching. I pressed my hands against my temples, trying to massage the pulse thudding there, but the knocking started again. Slow at first, then faster, a Morse code of menace. I counted the beats. 3 knocks. Pause. 2 knocks. Another pause. Then 1 long tap. I recognized the rhythm. It was the same pattern I'd heard a few nights ago when the lights flickered and my reflection warped in the bathroom mirror. That pattern, I dismissed it then as coincidence. A trick of the mind. But now, it was too deliberate, too precise. Who is it? I called out, voice cracking. No answer. The knocking stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so thick it pressed against my eardrums. I stood up, pacing the room, heart hammering. The window was locked tight, the handle cold and unyielding under my fingers. There was no way out. I was trapped. The thought made my skin crawl. I glanced at the mirror across the room. My reflection stared back, but something was wrong. The angles were off, like a funhouse mirror in slow distortion. My eyes looked too wide, my mouth stretched into a thin line I hadn't made. I blinked hard, and the image snapped back into place. I was alone. Or was I? The phone on the table buzzed, making me jump. I grabbed it, fingers slick with sweat. No caller ID. I debated answering, but the screen lit up again with a text message, "Stop looking." The hairs on my neck stood up. My stomach twisted into knots. I wanted to throw the phone across the room, but curiosity rooted me in place. I replied, hand shaking, "Who is this?" No response. I sat back down, phone buzzing again. This time a photo. A grainy image of my front door from the outside. The porch light flickered in the shot, and I could see the shadow of a figure standing just beyond the frame. Watching. I slammed the phone down. The room spun for a second, and I closed my eyes, trying to steady myself. Something was very wrong. But the worst part was knowing I couldn't escape it. Whoever or whatever was out there, they knew I was scared. And they were using it. My mind raced back to the journal. The entries I'd written before, the neat handwriting I trusted. But this new entry, that word, the messages on my phone, they weren't mine. Or were they? I wanted to believe it was a sick prank, someone messing with me. But the lock. The knocking. The shadow in the photo. Too many pieces fit too perfectly. I needed help. But who? My phone was on silent. The battery was draining fast. If I called anyone, I risked exposing myself. And what if the person outside was waiting for a moment I stepped out? I thought about my neighbor, Mrs. Caldwell. She was kind but nosy. Would she believe me? Would she even hear me if I screamed? The memory of the scraping sound returned, louder now. I looked toward the door. The chain lock was still in place, but the bolt had shifted slightly. Not enough to open, but enough to unsettle me. I pulled the chain tighter, my fingers trembling. "You're not getting in," I whispered. The voice sounded weak, even to me. Minutes passed. I counted every second. The knocking didn't return. No sounds. Silence. Complete silence. Then, without warning, the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the room whole. My eyes darted around, searching for anything. The faint glow of the city outside seeped through the curtains, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the walls. My reflection was gone. No mirror, no face. Just empty black. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. I fumbled for my phone, the screen lighting up just enough to show the time. Midnight. The battery was down to 10%. Suddenly, a voice whispered through the darkness. Low, calm, chillingly familiar. "You can't hide." My breath caught. The voice sounded like my own, but slower, deliberate, like a recording played back at the wrong speed. I couldn't place the words immediately. My brain scrambled, trying to make sense. Then it hit me. The voice was coming from the hallway, not my imagination. I crept toward the door, phone light shaking in my hand. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, echoing in the narrow space between my room and the hall. "Stop looking," the voice said again, this time clearer, almost pleading. "Let it go." I froze. My mind reeled. Was this a taunt? A warning? Or something worse, an invitation? The hallway was pitch black, but I caught a glimpse of movement beyond the threshold. A shadow shifting against the far wall. Not a trick of light. Not my reflection. Something real. I slammed the door shut, locking the chain tight. The voice faded, replaced by the scrape of nails retreating down the hall. I sank to the floor, heart pounding so hard it filled my ears. There was no turning back now. I had crossed the point of no return. Outside my door, something waited. Watching. Patient. And I knew it wouldn't stop until I answered. But how do you answer a question you can't understand? Or a threat you can't see? The journal was on the table, open to that last chilling word. Watch. And I had no choice but to keep watching back. The lock clicked into place, the chain pulling taut against the door frame. I slid down, back flat against the door, knees drawn up, hands clutching the edge of my shirt. The journal lay open on the table, the word watch scrawled across the page like a warning carved into my skin. I kept staring at it, willing the letters to rearrange themselves into something less ominous, but they stayed stubbornly the same. Watch. 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 My throat tightened. I couldn't stop imagining eyes, hundreds of them, pressing against the thin wood, waiting for me to break the silence. Minutes passed. Or maybe hours. Time blurred, stretching and folding in on itself. The shadows in the corners of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seemed to pulse, like they were breathing just beyond my line of sight. My fingers trembled against the journal's brittle pages. The air smelled stale, like a closed room that hadn't been aired out in days, but beneath that was something else, something faint but unmistakable, the sharp tang of sweat and something metallic, like dried blood. I tried to steady my breath, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3, no, 4, 5, until the pounding slowed, until the silence wasn't quite so loud. But it didn't work. The sounds came back, subtle this time, the creak of floorboards outside my door, the soft scrape of movement. A whisper of fabric against wall. I wanted to shout, to scream, to rip open the door and run into the street, but my body refused to obey. Then the voice returned. Softer now, barely more than a breath. Why won't you listen? My hands curled into fists, nails digging into my palms. The voice was real human, but not anyone I recognized. It wasn't my voice, or my mother's, or the landlord's. It was something else. Something waiting. The kind of voice that slips under your skin and stays there. I swallowed hard, forcing myself up from the floor. My legs shook as I moved to the window and pulled aside the curtain. Darkness stretched all the way down the street. A stray cat hissed in the distance. The faint glow of a street lamp flickered, casting long, jagged shadows. Nothing. No sign of the figure or whatever had been lurking in the hallway. But the chill that ran down my spine told me the threat hadn't gone anywhere. I backed away from the window, eyes darting around the room. The reflection in the cracked mirror caught my attention, my face, pale and drawn with dark circles under my eyes, warped by the fractured glass. For a moment, the edges of my reflection blurred and shifted, like I was looking at someone else. I blinked, and the image snapped back, normal or as normal as it could be. I'm losing it. That thought hit me like a punch. The anxiety, the sleepless nights, the constant feeling of being watched, it was all breaking me down. But if this was a breakdown, it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. There was something more. Something tangible and dangerous. I needed answers. I grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling over the screen, but the battery was dead. Of course. I hadn't charged it since yesterday. No signal anyway. The building was old, concrete and brick, thick walls that swallowed any chance of outside contact. I paced the room, the worn carpet muffling my footsteps. My eyes caught the door again. The chain was still latched, but the deadbolt was loose, halfway turned. I hadn't touched it. Someone had been here. Someone had come inside. The thought sent a jolt through me. I moved cautiously toward the door, ear pressed against the wood. Nothing. No footsteps. No breathing. Just the dull hum of the radiator struggling to keep the room warm. A soft knock. My breath hitched. I stumbled back, heart hammering. Knock. Knock. Once more. Deliberate. Who's there? My voice was barely a whisper, cracked and uncertain. The silence that followed was unbearable. Then a pause. Open up, the voice said, low and calm but with an edge I couldn't place. It wasn't a demand, exactly. More like a warning. I backed away, eyes darting for something, anything I could use. My gaze landed on the kitchen counter, where a heavy ceramic bowl sat. Not a tool, just a bowl. But it was something. Go away, I said, voice stronger now, though my hands trembled. I'm not opening this door. The knock came again, sharper this time, louder against the wood. The chain rattled under the pressure. Stop this, the voice said. You don't know what's coming. I shook my head, heart racing. I don't know what you want. Just leave. Silence. Then the chain clicked loose. I froze. The door creaked open just an inch. A sliver of darkness spilled into the room like spilled ink. I could see the outline of a person, tall, broad shoulders, but the face was hidden in shadow. "Please," the voice said again. "You have to listen." There was desperation in it now. Something that didn't belong to a threat, but to fear. To pleading. I swallowed, stepping back. "Who are you?" No answer. The figure moved forward, the door creaking wider. My pulse spiked. My legs wanted to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the figure stopped. The hallway light flickered, casting the shadow in a jagged shape against the wall. It stretched impossibly long, distorted, monstrous. I blinked. No, not monstrous. Just human. But the presence was wrong. It didn't belong here. Like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong place. "Why are you here?" I asked, voice barely audible. The figure hesitated, then raised a hand slowly, fingers brushing the edge of the doorframe. "I'm here because you're not safe," it said. "Not from yourself." The words hit me like a cold wave. Not safe from myself? What did that mean? "Get out," I said, voice trembling now. "Please. Just go." The figure didn't move. The thick silence pressed in again, suffocating. Then, in a voice so soft I almost missed it, the figure said, "You've been watching too much. Listening too hard. You're building monsters from your fear." A laugh escaped me, bitter and hollow. "Monsters? You don't know what I've seen." "Maybe not," the figure said. "But I know what you're doing." I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to collapse. I wanted to believe the shadows were just my mind playing tricks. I wanted to believe the voice was just anxiety twisting into threats. But the cold sweat on my skin, the pounding in my ears, the way the room seemed to lean in on me, it was all too real. "Leave," I said again. "Before it's too late." The figure took a step back, the door closing with a soft click. Silence. I sank to the floor, the journal still open beside me. The word watch burned in my mind. I'd been watching. Too much. But watching what? The light was soft, almost lazy, sifting through the cracked blinds like it had nowhere urgent to be. I sat at the kitchen table, the same one I'd been at for hours, tracing invisible patterns on the scratched wood with the tip of my finger. My hands shook, though I tried to steady them by gripping the edge, feeling the rough grain bite into my skin. Outside, the traffic was a dull hum, a steady reminder the world kept turning past my little bubble of disarray. I hadn't slept properly in days. Not because of nightmares or restlessness, but because every time I closed my eyes, the room spun just a little too fast, the shadows creeping closer, and my reflection in the mirror twisting like a funhouse trick gone wrong. I knew the reflection wasn't real. Or rather, I hoped it wasn't. But when your own mind starts to betray you, facts blur, and facts are all you have left. The door to my apartment was locked, bolted even, though I hadn't moved from the kitchen since morning. I could still hear the faint creak of the building settling, the occasional scrape of footsteps overhead. Sometimes I thought I heard soft whispers, but when I strained to listen, there was only silence. Complete silence. It was the kind of silence that sits heavy in your chest, like it's waiting for something to break it, only you don't know what. I tried calling Anna again today. Twice. The first time, her voicemail picked up. The second, it just rang and rang. I didn't leave a message. What could I say? "Hey, I think I'm losing my mind and the apartment might be out to get me." No, that wasn't going to help. She'd just tell me to relax, that everything was fine. But was it? The hallway light flickered, rhythmically, like a slow heartbeat, and I flinched. My eyes darted toward the door. It hadn't moved, but for a moment, I thought I saw the shadow of a person standing just beyond the frosted glass. A trick of the light, I told myself. Another trick of the mind. I wasn't sure which was worse. I stood up, the chair scraping sharply against the floor. The air was stale, tinged with the faint scent of damp plaster and something else, something metallic, like old pennies or rust. A reminder that this building had its own history, one that didn't care about my anxiety or my fears. It just existed, indifferent. I walked to the living room window and pushed aside the curtain. The street looked ordinary, cars parked along the curb, a stray dog sniffing at the garbage cans, a woman hurrying with groceries in one hand, her phone in the other. Normal. Too normal. I thought I wanted normal, but now I wasn't sure. Normal might be the scariest thing of all. I leaned against the window frame, the cold glass pressing against my forehead. My breath fogged up a small patch as I exhaled slowly. I remembered what Dr. Patel said last week during therapy, that sometimes anxiety feels like the world is shifting, but it's really your perception that's off. That my brain was rewiring itself, not the universe. I wanted to believe that. I needed to believe it. But the locks, the shadows, the reflection, they all insisted otherwise. And then, just as I was about to turn away, the doorbell rang. My body froze. The sound was sharp and unexpected, cutting through the thick silence. I wasn't expecting anyone. No one came by. Not anymore. I swallowed hard, the dry scrape in my throat almost choking me. My hands trembled as I moved toward the door, every step heavier than the last. The doorbell rang again, more insistent this time, like a heartbeat pounding against my chest. I peeked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. Nothing but the dull flicker of the fluorescent light and the faint echo of distant footsteps. I blinked, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. But the doorbell had rung. Twice. I backed away from the door, my heart still racing. The locks clicked softly as I latched them tighter. Whoever it was had left, or maybe never existed at all. I sat down again, this time on the couch, pulling my knees close. The quiet was suffocating but safer than the unknown. Then, the phone vibrated on the coffee table. I reached for it, fingers stiff. The screen lit up with Anna's name. Relief washed over me like a wave, but it quickly turned sour. The call was coming in again and again, no voice, just ringing. I answered on the third ring. Hey, her voice was soft, tired. Are you okay? I've been worried. I hesitated, the words stuck somewhere between my throat and the air. I don't know, I admitted. It's been weird. The apartment. The doors. The shadows. There was a pause. Then, listen, she said, I'm coming over. You don't have to do this alone. The promise in her voice was a lifeline. I clutched the phone like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. When the doorbell rang again, I didn't hesitate. This time, I opened it. Anna stood there, umbrella dripping from the rain, eyes scanning me like she was trying to find the person I used to be behind the twitching nerves and haunted gaze. She stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, and the warmth of her presence filled the small apartment. We sat on the couch, the silence between us comfortable for the first time in days. The shadows seemed less daunting with her there, the cracks in the world less wide. I don't know what's real anymore, I said, voice barely above a whisper. I keep thinking I'm losing my mind. She reached out, squeezing my hand gently. You're not. "You're scared." "But scared doesn't mean broken." I nodded, the tightness in my chest loosening just a fraction. The locks on the door felt less like a prison now, more like a shield. Maybe the apartment wasn't changing. Maybe I just needed someone to help me hold it together. The reflection in the mirror was still there, distorted and strange. But with Anna's steady presence beside me, it didn't feel like a threat. More like a cracked lens through which I was learning to see again. By the time she left that night, the world hadn't entirely stopped fracturing, but it felt quieter, softer around the edges. The shadows didn't stretch quite so long, and the locks on the door stayed where they belonged. I lay in bed, the hum of the city outside like a lullaby. The fear was still there, lurking in the corners, but it wasn't winning. For the first time in a long time, I slept. Story 6, Silent Codes, Haunting Messages from Neighbors. I never thought I'd notice something was off in a place I called home for 3 years. On the morning it started, the sky was a dull gray, the kind that presses down on your chest without warning. I was brewing coffee, fumbling with the French press in my kitchen when I heard the hallway door click open and shut. That sound, soft but definite, made me glance up. No one was supposed to be visiting at 7:15 a.m. on a Sunday, especially not my neighbors. I live alone. The building rules were clear, no guests before 9 on weekends. I shook it off, telling myself maybe someone was just leaving for an early shift. I poured the coffee, still feeling the chill from the window left open overnight. The first thing I noticed was the knock. 3 light taps, uneven but deliberate, at my apartment door. I froze, the handle halfway to my mouth with the mug. It wasn't a normal knock, the kind you get from friends or delivery people. It was too measured, like a code. I didn't answer. I figured whoever it was would move on, but then the knock came again, slower this time, almost as if they were testing me. I looked through the peephole. No one. The hallway was empty except for a stray leaf drifting in from the cracked window across the hall. Odd, I thought. Maybe the wind had done it. Still, my fingers trembled as I backed away from the door. I tried to breathe through the tightness in my chest, the way the air felt thicker, like I was underwater. I told myself it was nothing. The building was old. Drafts happen. Later that afternoon, I was sitting on my couch, the soft hum of the radiator filling the room, when I noticed the hallway light outside flicker. Just a brief stutter, like a blink. I stared at it for a moment. The bulb was supposed to be new. It shouldn't be flickering. I stood up and walked to the peephole again. Nothing unusual in the corridor. A few residents passed by, nodding hello. Everyone seemed normal. Maybe a little too normal. I shrugged and went back to the couch. The day stretched on with the usual sounds, the distant barking of a dog, the muffled chatter from the cafe downstairs, the scrape of a broom against the cracked plaster walls in the stairwell. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that the building was watching me. It was an absurd thought. Buildings don't watch. That night, I tried to sleep, but the silence was too loud. I could hear the faint creak of the pipes, the soft footsteps of someone pacing in the hallway below. I pulled the blanket tighter around me and closed my eyes. Still, the knocking came back in my mind, 3 taps, then 2, then 1. The next morning, I went out to get breakfast. The deli on the corner was buzzing with the usual crowd, but I noticed something strange. As I ordered my coffee, the clerk glanced at me with a peculiar smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Rough night?" he asked, wiping his hands on his apron. I hesitated but nodded. "Yeah, something like that." He nodded knowingly, as if he already understood more than I was willing to say. Back in the building, I decided to confront my neighbors. It was a small place, 12 apartments crammed into 3 floors, and I knew most of the residents by sight, if not by name. I knocked on the door across the hall first. Mrs. Carmichael, a woman in her 70s with a sharp tongue and a fondness for gossip, answered almost immediately. "Morning," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you happen to hear knocking early this morning? Like, at my door?" She tilted her head, eyes narrowing. "Can't say I did." "Why?" "Just. It was strange. And the hallway light's been flickering, too." She gave a small, dry laugh. "Old buildings have their quirks, dear. You get used to it." I nodded, but the unease didn't ease. I moved down to the next door, Mr. Patel, a quiet man who worked nights at the hospital. He was sitting on his stoop, sipping tea and reading a newspaper. "Hey," I said. "Any idea what's going on with the lights? Or the knocking?" He looked up slowly. "Lights flicker. Happens all the time. Knocking? No. But maybe the wind? Or rats?" "Rats," I repeated, not sure if he was joking. He shrugged. "Old buildings. You learn to live with the noise." I thanked him and moved on, but the feeling didn't go away. Something was different. Something was wrong. That evening, as I was washing dishes, I caught a glimpse of something in the hallway mirror near my door, a flash of movement. I whipped around. Nothing there. My breath hitched, and my hands trembled as I dried my hands on the towel. I told myself it was a trick of the light, shadows playing games. But I couldn't stop thinking about the knocking, the flickering light, the way my neighbors had responded, too calm, too practiced. Later, I sat at my kitchen table, the low hum of the city outside mixing with the distant murmur of voices in the hall. I pulled out my phone and considered calling the building manager. But then I wondered, what would I say? That I felt watched? That people knew things they shouldn't? It was ridiculous, and yet the knot in my stomach tightened. I glanced around the apartment, eyes lingering on the little things, the smoke detector in the corner of the ceiling, the thermostat blinking quietly, the tiny speaker grill near the door frame where I'd never paid attention before. And then it hit me, what if none of this was coincidence? I stood up and moved closer to the speaker grill. My fingertips brushed its surface, cold and smooth. I pressed my ear against it. At first, silence. Then, a faint crackle. Almost imperceptible, but there. My heart jumped. I pulled away, palms sweating. I wasn't imagining things. Someone was listening. Watching. And they'd been doing it all along. The weight of it settled in my chest like a stone. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide. But instead, I sat back down, staring at the wall, trying to piece together how my quiet, unremarkable life had become a secret show for an audience I didn't know I had. And then the doorbell rang. 3 quick chimes. Exactly 3. I didn't move. The building was silent. Outside, the city carried on, oblivious, uncaring. I realized, with a cold certainty, that this was just the beginning. The doorbell echoed again. I sat back down on the threadbare armchair by the window, the fabric prickling my skin. The thermostat blinked its tiny red light, and the speaker grill lingered in my peripheral vision. I tasted the stale air, a mixture of leftover takeout grease and dust. The smell made my stomach turn. My mind spun, replaying every moment, every detail I'd overlooked. There was no way this was random. I had to find out how deep this went. Morning came sluggishly. Sunlight filtered through the grimy blinds, casting thin stripes across the floor. My eyes were gritty and dry, the kind of exhaustion that no amount of sleep could fix. I hadn't moved from the chair all night, save for the occasional glance toward the door, half expecting it to swing open. I forced myself to get up, the floor cold against my bare feet. I paced the small apartment, eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. Where were the cameras? They had to be hidden in plain sight. That much was obvious. But how? I started with the speaker grill. I crouched down, took a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, and aimed its narrow beam into the tiny holes. The light caught something metallic, glinting faintly behind the mesh. Heart accelerating, I pressed my ear again, the faint crackle returning like a whispered secret. It wasn't just a speaker. It was a two-way device. I jotted down the details on a crumpled receipt, my handwriting shaky. Then I moved to the thermostat. The blinking red light seemed innocent, but I knew better now. I unscrewed the cover carefully, the plastic cold and brittle in my hands. Inside, a small lens stared back at me, almost invisible, a tiny black dot amid the circuitry. My breath hitched. They had cameras everywhere I looked. The realization was suffocating. I needed proof. Something concrete. So I grabbed my phone and started scanning the apartment, focusing on every suspicious nook and cranny, the smoke detector, the air vent, the tiny holes in the hallway walls that I'd always assumed were just construction flaws. Each time, my pulse quickened as I spotted another lens, another microphone hidden behind a seemingly innocent surface. When I looked in the bathroom mirror, the reflection was fragmented, a fractured version of myself staring back. I touched the glass, feeling the chill, wondering how long they'd been watching me while I got ready, brushed my teeth, changed clothes. The thought made my skin crawl. Later that day, I braved the hall. The building was unnervingly quiet, the usual chatter and footsteps reduced to a ghostly murmur. I passed neighbors in the stairwell, their eyes briefly meeting mine before flicking away like they were avoiding something, avoiding me. I stopped Mrs. Green from 3B. She was the first person I dared to confront. "Mrs. Green," I said, voice uncertain. "Can I ask you something?" She smiled, warm but distant. "Of course, dear. What's on your mind?" I hesitated, then plunged forward. "Do you know anything about cameras in the building? Hidden ones, maybe?" Her smile didn't falter. "Cameras? Well, there are security ones in the lobby, of course. But hidden? That sounds serious." I swallowed. "It's not just the lobby. I found some in my apartment. Behind the thermostat, the speaker grill." Her eyes narrowed just a fraction, but her voice stayed calm. "Oh, those. They're for maintenance, monitoring for emergencies. You know, like gas leaks or fires. Nothing personal." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But the cold knot in my stomach tightened. Monitoring emergencies doesn't explain the audio, or the cameras in my bathroom, or the fact that you and the others always seem to know everything about me. Things I never told a soul. She sighed, the kind of sigh that's practiced and patient. "It's a small building, honey. People talk. You think your life is a secret, but it's not. We all look out for each other." Her words sounded rehearsed, like she was reciting a script designed to calm a paranoid tenant. I forced a smile, nodded, and walked away, my mind spinning. Back in my apartment, I scoured online forums for similar stories. People who'd found hidden cameras in rentals, in Airbnbs, even in hotels. The patterns matched. The invasion of privacy. The silence of the watchers. But none of those victims had neighbors who seemed so complicit. Later that evening, I noticed the faintest click behind the bathroom vent as I brushed my teeth. I froze, breath shallow, heart pounding. I reached for a small mirror and angled it toward the fence grill. A tiny lens reflected back, almost imperceptible. I wanted to rip it out, smash it to bits. But the thought of what might happen if I did stopped me cold. Instead, I recorded it on my phone. The next morning, I was ready to confront the building's manager, Mr. Calloway. I found him in the dingy office on the ground floor, surrounded by stacks of papers and the sharp scent of old coffee. His salt and pepper hair was disheveled, and he looked up from his desk with a tired smile. "Morning," he said. "You wanted to see me?" I held up my phone, the video playing on loop. "Care to explain this?" He watched quietly, expression unreadable. When the video ended, he leaned back, fingers steepled. "Those cameras are for your safety. You have to understand, incidents happen. Fires, break-ins. It's a precaution. But you're watching me. Everyone in this building knows everything about me." "How? Why?" His gaze didn't falter. "Because we care. This building is like a family. We keep an eye out for each other. You might find it invasive, but it's for your benefit." I shook my head. "It's not care. It's control. It's surveillance. It's a violation." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Try to see it differently. We're protecting you from what you might not even realize." That last sentence hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. Protecting me. From what? I left the office with more questions than answers. The building, my neighbors, the hidden eyes, they weren't just watching. They were waiting. And whatever they were protecting me from, it wasn't clear if I was the victim or the threat. Back in my apartment, I locked the door and drew the curtains. The thermostat blinked steadily, the speaker grill seeming to pulse with silent life. The air was thick with tension, every creak and sigh of the building amplified in the quiet. I sat down, phone in hand, staring at the video footage. I needed allies. Someone outside this building. But who could I trust when the walls themselves seemed to have ears? And then my phone buzzed a message from an unknown number. "Why are you digging?" The screen went dark. Silence. Complete silence. The message blinked on my phone screen like a warning light. "Why are you digging?" No number, no name, just those 4 words that felt like an item twisting in the gut. I stared at it, thumb hovering, as if pressing any further might trigger an alarm. The room felt colder, though the thermostat showed a steady 72 degrees. The faint hum of the speaker in the corner was almost too quiet, as if it was listening, waiting for me to break the silence. I dropped the phone onto the couch, the leather creaking beneath it. A long sigh escaped me. I had crossed a line. The building wasn't just watching anymore, it was communicating. And it was watching me right now. I ran my fingers through my hair, the strands catching on my scalp. The curtains were still drawn, but the street lights outside cast a weak glow that seeped through the fabric, making the room feel both claustrophobic and exposed. I wanted to leave, to get out, but where? Every exit felt trapped under some invisible gaze, every hallway a corridor lined with eyes I couldn't see but knew were there. The next morning came with the usual symphony of city sounds, the distant rumble of a garbage truck, the sharp bark of a dog, the clatter of footsteps on concrete. But nothing sounded normal to me anymore. Not after last night. I peeled back the curtain, letting in a thin strip of daylight that illuminated the faint dust motes swirling in the stale air. I paced the apartment, trying to piece together what I didn't want to admit. The cameras weren't just a creepy violation. They were part of something bigger. Something deliberate. When I confronted the man in the office, his calm, almost rehearsed smile had sent a chill deeper than the coldest winter night. Protecting me from what? The question twisted like a serpent in my gut. I looked around the apartment with new eyes. The smoke detector in the hallway. The tiny holes in the vent grill. The paintings on the wall, their glass frames reflecting just a little too much light, like tiny mirrors hiding secrets. I remembered the thermostat, its digital display blinking in a rhythm that now seemed too precise to be random. I pulled the thermostat from the wall. Behind it, a small, black camera lens stared back. Smooth and unblinking. I felt nausea rise, thick and bitter, like swallowing spoiled milk. I was trapped in this building. The walls themselves were agents of surveillance. Every step I took, every word I spoke, even the way I breathed, was cataloged and analyzed. I needed answers. Not the sugar-coated lies from a man who smiled like a shark. Real answers. I decided to go back to the basement. The old maintenance area where the building's infrastructure lived, a place I'd avoided before because it smelled like damp concrete and rusted metal. But maybe it held something I missed. Something that would explain the scope of this invasion. The elevator felt sluggish, groaning under the weight of the building. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting intermittent shadows that stretched like fingers along the narrow hallway. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and oil. My shoes echoed on the cracked tile floor. I found the maintenance door, propped open just enough to slip inside. The room was a cathedral of wires and blinking servers humming in a low, constant drone. A wall of monitors flickered to life as I stepped in, each screen showing different angles of the building's interior and some of the street outside. One monitor caught my eye. It was focused on my apartment door, the camera angle so precise it felt invasive even in the sterile room. Suddenly, I wasn't alone. A voice, calm and measured, sliced through the hum. You're curious. Good. Curiosity is a dangerous thing here. I spun around. A woman stood in the shadows, her expression unreadable. She was the building's manager, someone I thought was just another tenant or a friendly face in the lobby. Now, she looked like a gatekeeper to this twisted realm. Why? I asked, voice tight. She stepped forward, hands folded. The faint scent of lavender mixed with something metallic, cleaners, maybe, or something antiseptic. We monitor everyone because it's the only way to maintain order. To prevent chaos. Her eyes didn't waver. You think you're being watched for sport. You're not. You're being protected. I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound that echoed off the concrete walls. Protected? By spying on me like a prisoner? By knowing everything about me without my consent? She shrugged, almost apologetic. It's a trade-off. Freedom for safety. I shook my head. I didn't agree to this. Nobody did. Her gaze softened, and for a moment, I thought she might show empathy. Instead, she said, the building isn't just a place to live. It's a system. A network. You can't simply leave. Not now. Why not? My voice cracked. Her answer was quiet but heavy, because once you know, you're part of it. There's no going back. The words hit me like a cold wave. No going back. The thought clotted my ribs, sinking deep. I wanted to scream or run, but my legs felt rooted, my breath caught in a cage of dread. She gestured toward the monitors. You've seen too much. They don't just watch, they listen, learn, anticipate. We're all connected. You're connected. I looked at the screens again. Faces of neighbors, friends, strangers, everyone under the same invisible gaze. Their lives no longer private, their secrets no longer safe. How long? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Since the building was built. Since the day you moved in. The weight of that hit me harder than any blow. Years of being watched. Every moment cataloged and stored. Even before I knew. I swallowed, tasting the bitterness of betrayal mixed with something darker, resignation. She stepped closer, voice dropping to a soft murmur. There's a reason. Something outside these walls that's worse than being watched. Something you don't want to face. I wanted to deny it, to refuse this grim reality. But the flickering lights, the humming servers, the eyes in every corner, they told a story I couldn't unsee. I asked, voice barely audible, what is it? She hesitated, then said, you'll find out soon enough. But not here. Not yet. I looked at her, searching her face for a crack, a hint of mercy, a way out. There was none. The door clicked shut behind her. The monitors glowed, the building breathed, and I was left alone with the knowledge that escape was no longer an option. I was trapped in a web of surveillance and secrets, a pawn in a game I didn't understand but had no choice but to play. I sat down on the cold concrete floor, the chill seeping through my clothes, and stared at the screens. My apartment door flickered on one of them. I was being watched right now. Always. And whatever waited outside these walls, it was coming. Silence. Complete silence. Then, the building hummed again, as if in anticipation. This was the point of no return. The door clicked shut behind her, and the room seemed to shrink. The harsh fluorescent glow bounced off the cold, metallic surfaces, making the monitor's light flicker against the rough plaster walls. I stood there, breath shallow, the stale air thick with the faint scent of burned circuits and something else, like old paper, or dust disturbed after years of being left untouched. Silence. Complete silence, save for the low hum of servers that felt less like machines and more like a pulse, steady but ominous. I swallowed, tasted the bitter residue of betrayal mixing with that strange, heavier something she'd mentioned. Something worse. What could be worse than this? Being watched at every turn, every moment cataloged without my consent or knowledge. I wanted to hate her for what she'd just dropped on me, but her calm voice, the way she didn't flinch or falter, it unsettled me more than any shout could have. I needed air. I forced myself to move, legs stiff, muscles tight like I'd been frozen in place too long. The hallway outside was darker, the flickering overhead light casting shadows that stretched and shrank like breathing creatures. I ran my fingers along the rough wall, feeling its uneven texture, grounding me to a reality I was desperate to hold on to. I thought about the neighbors. Everyone in this building knew everything about me. Every detail, things I hadn't told a soul. How? The cameras. Hidden in plain sight. The little things I'd ignored, the smoke detector in the hallway with a lens where the sensor would be, the motion sensor light in the stairwell that never quite caught my movements properly, the tiny black dot in the lobby's decorative mirror. All watching. Always watching. I remember the first time I noticed something was off. It was months ago, a day when I thought no one else was home. I talked aloud to myself about my plans, my fears, things I'd never shared. The next morning, someone in the building had mentioned them, casually, like they'd overheard from an open window. But there had been no open windows. That's when the seed of doubt took root. Now, standing there in the cold hallway, I realized how deep the roots had grown. This wasn't just casual voyeurism or nosy neighbors. It was a network. A system. Like a spider's web spun with invisible threads, pulling taut around me. I pulled my phone from my pocket, fingers trembling. The screen lit up, but there was no signal. Not a bar. I'd never noticed before, but the entire building was a dead zone. No calls, no messages. I pressed the power button again, frustration bubbling up. Was this part of their plan? Cut me off from the outside world, isolate me? A distant dog barked twice, sharp and sudden, breaking the oppressive quiet. It reminded me I wasn't entirely alone. Or was I? I'd become a ghost, seen but unseen, known but unheard. I debated my next move. There was the stairwell, narrow and dim, always smelled faintly of mildew and old paint. The elevator was out of service, convenient, I thought bitterly. The lobby felt like a cage, with its glass doors locked tight, reinforced with those ugly metal bars I'd never paid attention to. My mind raced. If they were watching me, why now? Why the warning? What was this something worse she hinted at? I needed answers, but every step I took felt like walking deeper into the maze. I made my way back to my apartment door. The lock was the same, but something felt different. The faintest scratch on the wood, almost invisible unless you caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows just right. I crouched, tracing it with my fingertip. Someone had been here recently. Someone had touched my door. Inside, everything was untouched. The small kitchen table with my scattered mail, the coffee mug half full from last night, the worn-out notebook where I scribbled random thoughts and sometimes, just sometimes, prayers for normalcy. But the air was thick, as if the walls themselves were listening. I sat down, back against the door, and tried to think. I went over our conversation again, replaying her words like a broken record. There's a reason. Something outside these walls that's worse than being watched. What could it be? I ran through every possibility. A stalker? A disgruntled ex? Someone with a vendetta? No, it felt bigger. More systematic. Like the building itself was a cage designed to keep me trapped, not just physically, but mentally. I remembered the older man from the third floor, quiet, friendly, always holding his newspaper just so. He'd smiled at me once, too knowingly. Had he been part of this? Or just another pawn? The thought made my skin crawl. If everyone knew, then everyone was complicit. Every smile, every nod, every casual greeting carried a secret weight. I stood abruptly, pacing the small space. My palms sweated against the cool plaster. The monitors in the server room down the hall glowed like watchful eyes, but I had no idea what secrets their flickering screens held. Maybe I should confront them all, demand answers, tear down the facade. But what if that was exactly what they wanted? To see me unravel, to watch me break? My chest tightened, a rising tide of panic I fought to suppress. Instead, I grabbed my coat and headed toward the stairwell. The air was colder here, dampness clinging to the walls, the faint hum of the city leaking in through cracks. I needed fresh air, a moment to think outside this suffocating building. Halfway down, a soft noise stopped me, footsteps. Not mine. Not the creak of the old stairs settling under weight. Someone else. I froze, heart hammering. The sound was deliberate, slow, measured. Closer. I pressed myself against the wall, fingers digging into the chipped paint. The smell of damp concrete filled my nostrils, sharp and earthy. The footsteps paused, then resumed, descending. Was it her? One of them? A neighbor? I couldn't tell. The shadows played tricks, stretching and twisting around the narrow stairwell. I waited, breath held tight, until the noise faded. Then I kept going down, faster now, driven by a mixture of fear and stubborn defiance. Reaching the basement exit, I found the door locked, the metal cold under my palm. Outside, the night was thick with fog, swallowing the streetlights and muting the usual city sounds to a dull murmur. The morning light spilled weakly through my blinds, casting thin, pale stripes across the floor. I lay stiff on the mattress, the sheets tangled around my legs like a trap. The apartment was too quiet, too still. Outside, the city hummed faintly, distant sirens swallowed by the thick winter air. I forced myself to sit up, my hands trembling more than I expected, and looked around. The familiar clutter of my living room, the stack of books, the cracked coffee mug on the table, the faded throw blanket draped over the couch, felt alien, as if I'd been dropped into someone else's life. Because maybe I had. The knowledge that every inch of my existence had been observed, catalogued, and discussed by the people I thought I knew had settled over me like a dense fog. Not just the usual gossip, either. Private moments I never told a soul, secrets I'd buried deep, all laid bare between the walls of this building. I thought about confronting them again, about demanding answers. But I knew what I'd hear: calm explanations, polite smiles, the kind of rehearsed denial that didn't even try to hide the truth. They watched me. Not out of mere curiosity, but as if I were a puzzle they were endlessly trying to solve or break. The idea made my stomach twist. I needed to understand how deeply this went. Later, I found myself in the hallway, clutching a small screwdriver I'd borrowed from a neighbor after promising to fix a loose doorknob. The corridor smelled of bleach and damp concrete, a faint trace of burnt coffee lingering from the cafe downstairs. I knelt by the baseboard near the elevator, where the plaster was chipped, revealing a narrow gap. My fingers traced the edges, searching for anything unusual. A tiny, almost imperceptible lens stared back at me from the darkness. A camera. I pressed my ear to the wall, and through the thin plaster, I could hear the faint buzz of wires. I pulled the camera free and held it up, staring into its unblinking eye. That's when the door at the end of the hall creaked open. Looking for something? The voice was calm, almost amused. I spun around, heart hammering, to see Mr. Geller, the building's manager, leaning against the doorframe. His smile was slow, deliberate, as if he had all the time in the world. I started but stopped. What could I say? That I'd found one of the cameras? That I knew? I shoved the device into my pocket and tried to steady my voice. Why? I whispered. Why watch me like this? He stepped forward, hands in his pockets, eyes steady. Because you're part of the building's fabric, he said. We look out for each other. It's not personal. It's community. His words tasted like ash. But you're invading my privacy. Every moment. Why? What do you want? He shrugged, the smile fading. Control, maybe. Comfort, definitely. Knowing what's happening keeps everyone safe. It's how things work here. Safe? I laughed, bitter. Safe? This is a prison. He shook his head. You don't get it. You wanted answers. Here they are. We watch because you're ours. You belong here, whether you like it or not. I swallowed hard. The walls, the cameras, the quiet eyes, they weren't just watching. They were claiming me. I left the corridor and walked back into my apartment, the cold sinking into my bones. I sat on the couch and stared at the ceiling, the weight of the building pressing down on me. I thought about packing up, leaving, but where would I go? The world outside was just as cold, just as indifferent. Days passed, and the presence of the cameras haunted me. Every knock on the door, every casual glance from a neighbor felt loaded with meaning. I was trapped in a web woven from silence and surveillance. But then something shifted. I began to talk. Not confrontationally, not with rage, but with quiet defiance. I spoke to the neighbors in the elevator, in the lobby, in the hallways. I asked questions, shared bits of my story, tested their reactions. Some looked away. Others smiled tightly. A few confessed, almost proudly, that the cameras were everywhere, hidden behind smoke detectors, inside light fixtures, even in the intercom system. They hadn't just been watching me. They'd been watching each other. It was a twisted community of watchers, all tangled in the same net. Bound by fear, by habit, by a shared need to control what was uncontrollable. One evening, I gathered the courage to call a building meeting. The lobby was cold and dim, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. I stood there, in front of the small crowd of residents, my voice steady despite the knot in my throat. "We have a choice," I said. "We can keep living like this, spying on each other, pretending it's for our safety. Or we can stop. We can demand privacy, respect, trust." There was silence. Then murmurs. Some faces softened, others hardened. Mr. Geller stood apart, watching. Over the next weeks, things slowly changed. The cameras disappeared one by one. People started knocking before entering, sharing conversations without the usual guardedness. It wasn't perfect. It never would be. But the building felt less like a cage and more like a place where people could breathe. For the first time in months, I slept without the heavy weight of eyes on me. The walls seemed to recede, the shadows retreating with the fading night. I realized then that fear was the true prison. And breaking free wasn't about tearing down walls or smashing lenses, it was about reclaiming the spaces inside myself that had been locked away. The building was still full of secrets. It always would be. But now, I held some of the keys. As I stood by my window one chilly evening, watching the city lights flicker on like distant stars, I felt something I hadn't in a long time: hope. Not because the horror was gone, but because I had learned to live alongside it. To survive. To be seen and still be myself.